Welcome back to Legalese 123, where we are covering cases across America. Hello, and welcome to Legalese 123. I'm your host, Missy K. It is the 16th of June. Double check that. Yes, 16th of June. It is, what day is it? Today's Tuesday. We are in the thick of things with the George Pino versus Florida case. What is going on? Well, if you have been watching and following along, yesterday the prosecution rested their case. And so now where are we? We are waiting for them to, sorry, my eye is bothering me. The prosecution has rested their case, and then after every case that gets rested, the defense then comes up and asks for an acquittal. Standard operating procedure. So the defense got up and said, listen, the prosecution didn't meet the elements of what they said that they wanted to do. He wasn't negligent. He didn't purposefully go and hit the channel marker. Alcohol isn't a factor. He wasn't reckless. He wasn't doing donuts. So therefore, these charges against him aren't correct. They shouldn't stick. Sorry, my eye is watering. These charges shouldn't stick. And the prosecution, I go back and forth, right? I go back and forth. I feel like the prosecution is trying to make fetch happen, right? And she says, we're not charging him with alcohol, but yet alcohol is a factor. But you can't consider that because he's not being charged with a DUI. Not only that, you don't have any evidence that he was drunk. You have no blood test, no blood draw. You just have people that say that he was drinking. I'm not trying to play devil's advocate on both sides. I'm just trying to argue the points that I just don't see her point. She's got a couple of points. She keeps making all these things about safety. They weren't wearing life vests. You don't have to wear life vests. It's not mandatory. Did he operate under normal boating navigational rules? No. But is that a crime? That's the point is it a crime? So, I'm not sure. So the lawyers are in the courtroom. We're just waiting for, I can go ahead and add this a little bit just so you could see. We're just waiting for them to, for court to be in session. So just FYI, I got a message from a lovely viewer. Thank you so much. I probably should. So just remember, I kind of just jumped on this. I just kind of jumped on this case. And being an armchair juror, I didn't go into it knowing a lot of details, and some people have sent me some details. So there were 3 girls that were injured in this crash. Of course, we're talking mainly just about Lucy because Lucy was the one that has passed. And so in order for him to be charged with homicide, right, we talk about the person who passed, the person who died. So that's why everything is somewhat focused all around Lucy and not the other 2 girls who were injured. I do talk about Katie Pugh very, very often because she was the one that civilly sued the Pinos. I believe that she sued the Pinos and won $16 million from the mother, and then there was an undisclosed amount from the father. And you saw the lawyers testify just a little bit. They can't go into the details of the case, but they just had a little information about what was said. And then there's a 3rd victim. And I had wondered about, so when we saw the videos of the girls being rescued, we already know that Lucy was unresponsive and she was life-flighted out. We knew that Katie was the one that was totally unresponsive. and she was the one that's kind of like curled up in a ball. And then there was another girl that was curled up in a ball, and that girl is Mia Rodriguez. She goes by something else. It's not just Mia. I think she goes by something else. Anyways, she had serious injuries as well. And someone told me, and that's not verified. So if you know, you know, let me know in the chat if you know her injuries. Somebody said that she had brain injuries as well. Now they might be conflating that with Katie, because I know Katie has permanent physical and neurological disabilities, but I don't know all of Mia's injuries. Let me see if I can type really quickly here. Hear me typing. So let's see. Okay, so she did suffer serious head injuries and a brain bleed. Now, I don't know if I don't know if her parents sued them civilly and got any money. I'll look into that. I know that Lucy's parents did not sue them civilly, and I'm not sure why. And then there's also a law that was passed called Lucy's Law. And I'll go into that here in just a second. I just want to see if court is courting. Okay, so they're still not. This is live, so just to let you know, we're doing okay. All right, so I'm going to just kind of turn this down. You can see them walking around. So if you heard me talk yesterday about what are the potentials, what's going to happen. So as we know, the prosecution has rested their case. Then the defense got up and said, listen, Your Honor, the prosecution hasn't met their burden. What they're charging him with, what they've proven thus far, isn't a crime. It's just a bad accident. They're calling it an illusion, an illusion. Okay, my words aren't coming to me. Not a collision, but starts with an A. Elision. That's right. An elision. Not collision, an elision. It's just a fancy word for saying accident, right? And then the prosecution, so the defense is saying, listen, they didn't meet their burden here, they're not meeting their burden here, etc. And so what's going to happen? Then the prosecution gets up and says, yes, Your Honor, this, and this, and this. And it's supposed to be in the light most favorable to the prosecution, which means that if the judge has a scale and she's leaning one way or the other, and the scale is tipped a little bit more in the prosecution's favor. So if she was still unsure of which way to go, she has to go towards the prosecution because that is what the law dictates at this juncture. So the judge could, A, dismiss all charges. George Pino is free to go home. 2, she can say you didn't meet your burden here, which is on the manslaughter charge, but we think that you're good on the vessel charge, so she could split the baby. She could then say, nope, this goes completely forward. The prosecution at some point in time can offer a deal to Mr. Pino and say, hey, hang on. I still have a little tickly throat. Could go to the prosecution and say, the prosecution can go to him and say, hey, listen, the judge says you're not guilty of manslaughter. We can't get you on that. We can get you on vessel homicide. We're going to offer you this. A deal could be made, and then that would be done. Or ultimately, the judge says, nope, everything's good. It's going to go to the jury. They're the finders of facts. And then defense, then you get to put on your witnesses. So as you can see, the courtroom is live right here. This is a live shot of the courtroom, and nothing's really happening right now. But I wanted to come on and get us started because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. When the judge was speaking yesterday, she was asking very, very good questions. And sometimes you can tell how a judge is leaning by what they have to say. And I I think she was leaning towards the defense a little bit. Don't you? If you didn't watch it, I'm sorry. I'm trying to like give you the best synopsis that I can. She was asking him questions while he was in the middle of giving his argument. And she's like, "Well, what about this? And what about that?" And usually in an appellate case, when judges start to ask you questions, sometimes it's more in the favor of where you are and what's going on. So hi everyone. Um, Write me a comment. Let me know where you're coming in from. What's going on with you? What are you drinking this morning? I got some coffee. Some coffee. I don't know if you can see. No, you can't see my coffee. Coffee and some water. I'm doing a little bit better. I still have a little scratchy throat. I think it's allergies. I've never had allergies, but here I am, older in my ages and allergies. Um, so I have a little scratchy throat and try not to cough into the microphone. So while we're waiting, we can talk a little bit about, so we don't know what the judge is going to do. So this is why I was like, okay, we have to hop on early this morning because we don't want to miss what this judge is going to say. Because again, it could go, it's like, I mean, I don't want to make it dramatic, but it's almost like it's a soap opera, right? You know, if we go back to Dallas or whatever your favorite soap opera is Jennifer gonna choose Jesse or Michael? You know, what is it gonna be? You know, it's Yellowstone. What's gonna happen to the cattle today? Or who's gonna take someone's ranch today? And but I mean, I realize this is real life. This was a very tragic accident, and I call it an accident because I don't think that George Pino intentionally went to go hit that sign. I don't think that he did that whatsoever. I think perhaps that he was distracted. He said that he was talking to the passengers behind him. Maybe perhaps he thought that he had passed the last channel marker and just wasn't really paying attention. It was just sort of on autopilot, as the prosecution said. But just remember, the defense stated that inattentive driving isn't manslaughter. Now, mind you, that's his argument. I just don't know. I just don't know how this is going to go. So I think it was an accident. I don't think that he intentionally meant to do this. Should he be held liable for this? I'm on the fence. I'm still on the fence. I don't have all the information just yet. I have many, many questions. I know you have questions. I don't know if they're going to be answered. You never get all of the answers. So we'll see. Oh boy, that girl is really tall. The girl in the peach. She just walked past we know that that defense attorney is short, but that girl was tall. So we just don't know which way the judge is going to lean. So if you're worried whether or not we're in time, we're in real time. This is live. This is live. We're in real time. We're right on time. We're just waiting for everybody to come in. You know, court never starts on time, but I wanted to get here on time because I don't want to miss anything. So you get to hear me blab on until court starts. So we just don't know where the judge is going to lean. Again, light and most favorable of the prosecution. So if she's just not sure and she thinks that the elements are proven, that it goes to a jury. And then the defense then puts on their case. And I bet you the defense is ready to put on their case because if they aren't, the judge is going to be very upset. So they're going to get ready to do that. So we just don't know how the judge is going to lean. So we talked a little bit about a couple of the victims. There were 3 victims in this boating accident that were injured. Lucy, we already know about, is the one that is the primary focus of this because she's the one that passed away. Then there is Katie Pugh. You heard just a little smattering about her. Katie Pugh might, we never got the full description of who the two girls were on the back platform of the Good Samaritan's boat that were sort of crumpled up in a ball, right? Um, I'm assuming that one of them is Katie because she was the one, I think she was the one that was unresponsive. And then the other girl was Mia, who was somewhat breathing and responsive, but still was curled up in a ball. We don't really talk about those two because why? They're not part of the case. He's not being charged with injuring these girls, which is not an element that they're trying to put on him as far as the accident's concerned. They're only focused with the one that has passed because manslaughter goes to the crime of somebody dying as well as vessel homicide. Homicide is a death, right? So it's not you have injured these passengers. So again, was George Pino driving recklessly? I don't think so. I think he unintentionally hit the marker, and we know what happened. So Mia did have some severe injuries, and she had some neurological damage as well. She had some apparently she had brain surgery. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Lucy's Law. So Lucy's Law is a Florida boarding safety law enacted to hold reckless boat operators accountable and align maritime penalties with highway traffic laws. Because remember when they were talking about this, that there are no really traffic laws in the water. You as a boating person are supposed to adhere to these rules and these laws, right? Making sure you're on the right side of the channel. There's laws about certain boats, and like sailboats have the right of way versus a boat that has a motor. Large, what you should do with larger vessels, etc. So the legislation named in honor of Luciana Lucy Fernandez, the 17-year-old high school senior who was tragically killed on the September 4th, 2022 boat crash at the channel marker 15 in Biscayne Bay. Her family heavily championed the law after identifying several gaps in how Florida's legal system penalized reckless and fatal boating offenses. Now, just remember that Lucy's family did not sue the Pino family civilly. And Lucy's dad is a lawyer. He's a bankruptcy lawyer. I don't know if you heard that. And I wasn't sure how they felt towards one another because they were friends, right? If you heard him testify, he was friends with the Pino family. His daughter, they grew up with the Pino family. Their daughter grew up with their family. He kept saying that they raised her, and I don't know what the controversy was with that. Something suspicious sounds like somebody was alleging that the Pino family raised her. I don't buy that for a second. Maybe they were just really close friends and stuff like that they lived at each other's houses, and therefore, you know, she was like a second daughter to them, which is very sad. Okay, so I kind of wondered how did the Fernandez family feel about the Pino family after this accident? When the father took the stand, he seemed down, but he didn't seem angry. But yesterday, I don't know if you caught, there was a small glimpse that when they were talking about the injuries to Lucy, and how she died when when the medical examiner was talking, the camera panned over to the family, and I had paused it at a second, and the look on Lucy's dad's face to the Pino lawyers and towards that direction. I mean, if looks could kill, that told me everything. So Could they still potentially sue him after this? Probably. I would think so, but I don't know what the statute of limitations is. Okay, so but they did this law, which I thought was okay. This tells you something, right? So it says tougher criminal penalties elevates reckless boating to a second degree misdemeanor, upgrading it to a first degree misdemeanor if it causes property damage or injury, and a third degree felony if it results in serious bodily injury. So this is interesting, right? Because when Pino was charged, I just said earlier, he's not charged with injuring other people. Here, now the law has changed and that this is the case. Mandatory jail time imposes a mandatory minimum 4-year prison sentence for any operator convicted of a boating under the influence manslaughter. Remember, George Pino's not being charged with that. Strict hit and run penalties upgrades leaving the scene of a boating accident to a second degree felony for serious injuries and a first degree felony if a death occurs. That's great, right? So now the boating laws are elevated. Misleading investigators criminalizes making false or misleading statements to law enforcement after a maritime crash, making it a second degree misdemeanor. Does that say something? Do they think that maybe Pino wasn't telling the truth when he was talking to police about what happened? We don't know. Expanded driver's license consequences mandates that individuals convicted of a BUI face the suspension of their standard motor vehicle driver's license. Required boating education expands educational mandates by requiring mandatory boating safety courses for operators convicted of a certain criminal or non-criminal boating infractions, or in some people say infractions. So what do you think about those new what do you think of those new legislative bill that passed for Lucy's Law? I think that's great. I think that's great, and it's sad we're in 2026, right? And this law has to be enacted out of a tragedy that happened. Now, who's to say that if this law had passed, that Mr. Pino would be charged with any of these things that are in this law? We don't know. Again, it is up to the prosecution's office to decide if they want to charge somebody with a crime and what that crime is. And remember, when they initially charged Pino, I think he was just charged with like vessel homicide. And it was basically going to be like a slap on the wrist, from what I recall. And there was a great uproar that said, he was basically getting away with it. And then they upgraded the charges to the manslaughter charges. So again, this is very controversial. I've got a lot of people on both sides of the scale saying whether or not they do or don't believe that he should be criminally held liable for this accident. Again, I'm still on the fence. I haven't heard all of the evidence in the case, so I haven't made my mind up just yet. If you're just joining me, we have a live feed of the courtroom. This is happening in real time. So we are just waiting for court to come in. So you haven't missed anything. So don't worry. I just wanted to hop on here, and court never starts on time, but I wanted to get on here and start on time because I didn't want to miss anything, because we're waiting for the judge to make a decision, right? So if you're just joining, we're waiting. Yesterday, the prosecution rested their case. It's now in the defense's hand. The defense got up and made their acquittal plea yesterday, saying that prosecution didn't meet the elements of what they're charging him for. He wasn't negligent. He wasn't driving erratic. He wasn't reckless. He just was inattentive. He's not being charged with a BUI, DUI, whatever you want to call it, boating under the influence, driving under the influence. There's no evidence that he was impaired. Because he admitted to drinking 2 beers does not equate to he is inebriated and unable to operate a vehicle. Now, should you? That's a different story. So, and I believe there's been some smatterings about people talking about he refused a blood alcohol test at the scene. And then I guess like later on, there was a court order and he was forced. And that blood draw equal to him not being drunk. Now, mind you, it was either several hours after or the next day. I'm not sure. I guess I could Google that while we're waiting. So let's see. Okay, so let's see. I am looking this up. So it says that he wasn't given a blood alcohol test via a blood draw at the scene because he refused the request. However, a separate medical blood draw was later conducted at the hospital. Quite like Karen Reed when she was sectioned, they'd given her the blood draw, and then therefore that's how they found out that she was under the influence. So it said body camera footage shows that he declined to give a blood sample, claiming he would not do so without the presence of his attorney. Oh, camera's zooming in on, I assume, family members of. So that's Lucy's dad is standing up. I'm not sure who these other people are. I'm sure at some point in time somebody knows. The cameraman's going a little bonkers here. So because responding officers claim they did not observe outward signs of his physical impairment, see, that's the other thing too. At the immediate time of the crash, they stated that they lacked the necessary probable cause to obtain a court warrant to force a blood draw, a decision that was later heavily criticized by public and legal experts given the severity of the casualties. So later that night at 11:30, 5 hours after the crash, medical staff drew Pino's blood for routine diagnostic purposes when he was admitted to Baptist Hospital to treat an elbow injury. During subsequent legal hearings, defense attorneys revealed that the hospital's toxicology results indicated no alcohol was detected in his system at the time of the medical draw. Prosecutors subsequently subpoenaed the hospital records to analyze the timeline, noting that the human body metabolizes alcohol over the course of several hours. So, we do know that there were 61 empty alcohol containers found on the boat. We also know that one of the girls stated that they just take their empties and they throw it on any boat that they're closest to. So, and then also it was stated that Miss Pino collects trash because she doesn't want trash to be left out in the ocean, I guess. I don't know. We do know that the girls were drinking. We do know that they were supplied with what's called Truly. Those are those like seltzer drinks. And I believe it was Cammie who testified and said they were playing a game. It was called 1 for 1, like you drink one, I drink one, and she drank 10 of them in the time span. So if you want to know what the time span is, I posted it on my Facebook page yesterday. The GPS said that they arrived at this sandbar area where they were floating around 3:52 in the afternoon. The crash happened at 6:37 p.m. So you 3, 4, 5, 6, so almost, let's say 2.5 hours. So in a 2.5 hour span, she drank 10 of those drinks. She says that she wasn't inebriated. I don't know. It all depends on, What's the weight of the girls? What's the height of the girls? Were they eating food during this period? Were they drinking water? Usually the scenario is for every drink you drink, you're supposed to drink water in the meantime to keep yourself hydrated. I don't know. She wasn't driving the boat now, was she? So there's that. All right, so we are just waiting for court to begin. I know these things take a little bit of time, so the court is still courting. As you see, this is we're watching in real time. The judge has not made her appearance, so we don't know if there's an issue with the jury. Is it the jury? Are we waiting on the jurors to come in? Are we waiting for the judge? We don't know. So we're just waiting. So let me know in the comments where you're coming in from. What is going on with everybody? How is everybody doing? Just seeing if there's any other messages. So just so you know, I'm on a whole bunch of different platforms. I do long form content. Can I say the words? I do long form content on YouTube like this when I cover trials, etc. Then what I do is I break down some of the things that I find interesting that were in the trial. And I put the exhibits on my Facebook page if they're just pictures. Um, I sometimes I make a reel, and then I clip some of the stuff that goes on from throughout the trial that I found was interesting, and I put them up and make them into like quick little reels or YouTube shorts or TikToks, whatever words you prefer, and put them out there so that people can see some of the highlights of the trial, because trial days can be long, they can be boring. They are what they are. So we are just waiting for court to start, right? She said, "Everybody be here at 8:30 in the morning," which was 9:30 their time because I'm Central Time. So 9:30 their time. She's like, "Court's gonna start at 9:30, which is 8:30 my time." So they're an hour ahead in Florida. So we're just waiting for court to court. So if you're just joining us, court hasn't started yet. So we are just waiting. I thought it was really interesting in some of the things that the expert talked about yesterday. And just remember, there's going to be a battle of the experts, right? So the gentleman who testified yesterday, and by the way, like I can barely hear them, so I don't know what their names are. I have to wear my huge headphones because I can hear a little bit better with my huge headphones. So who is it? I have notes. Where are my notes? So some people are saying that Fish and Wildlife didn't do their due diligence in conducting this crash. But I have to say that from the gentleman who testified yesterday, Paul Alber, he stated that Fish and Wildlife called him immediately and talked to him about the crash, which I thought was incredible because the GPS and everything was underwater. And they called him to ask him, how do we preserve this? Because we want to get the data off of this. And he told him exactly what to do, which was to, once it gets out of the water, immediately get it off of the boat, submerge it in regular water because salt water will corrode it, and then bring it to me. And then he got it out, dried it out, It took a little bit longer than he anticipated. I think he first did the first one in a couple of days later, like 13th or 14th of September. It didn't dry out enough. And so then he put it, it wasn't until October that he, oh, maybe the jury's coming in, which is really good. Thank you, cameraman, because I don't know if you've been watching, but the cameraman's been putting the the camera's right next to the jury, if you haven't noticed. This is a very tiny courtroom. And the cameraman has been putting the camera down, and we're looking at the feet of the jurors. I'm sorry. Please don't do that. We do not film jurors in any way, shape, or form. I don't like that at all. All right. So I was talking about, yeah. So September 13th is when he initially dried out everything, and he started looking at the chip and trying to get the data off of the chip for the GPS, and he was unable to do it. So it wasn't until October 8th. And so then shortly thereafter, George Pino was arrested. Again, I don't know. So when the defense and everybody was talking about what George Pino did he recklessly, willfully do the things that he's supposed to do? So, the Florida statute for manslaughter is defined as the unlawful killing of a human being without premeditation, malice, or afterthought, caused by the act, procurement, or culpable negligence of another. Do you think that George Pino was negligent? Because it lacks the intentional premeditation of first degree M or of a depraved mind required for second degree M, it generally serves as a legal charge for reckless or heat of passion fatalities. Was he reckless? So if you're just joining me, we're waiting for court to come in. The camera finally panned over here, which I'm not sure. So we are currently live. So don't worry, you're not missing anything. We're just waiting for court to start, and it's not started. I can turn up the volume. I turn up the volume. I can't hear anything. So, hang on just a second. Okay, hold on just a second. So he's charged with second degree manslaughter and vessel homicide. Okay, Florida separates certain specific acts from standard manslaughter into distinct statutes, including vessel homicide, killing someone via reckless operation of a boat, and a DUI, BUI manslaughter, which we know he's not being charged with. Hang on. Okay, so he's being charged with second degree manslaughter. It has a maximum of up to 15 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, a supervised release up to 15 years of probation. And so under the sentencing guidelines, it can go from 9.25 years, which is 111 months in prison, unless a judge decides that it should go down. Okay, so in order for them to secure the standard manslaughter second-degree felony under the Florida statute, so fact of death, they must establish that the victim is deceased. They've already done that. We know that. Establish the causation via one of three methods. So, manslaughter by act, voluntary. The defendant intentionally, knowingly, or consciously committed a non-justifiable act that directly resulted in the victim's death. Did George Pino intentionally, knowingly, or consciously commit a non-justifiable act? Culpable negligence, involuntary. The death was caused by the defendant's gross disregard for human life. Culpable negligence as consciously following a course of action that a person knew or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. It is a conduct so flagrant and reckless that it shows a total indifference to the safety of others. And that is where the prosecution is just like, so listen, it's not just that the crash happened. In the totality of things, the vessel wasn't safe. The people weren't wearing life jackets. But it's not mandatory for them to wear life jackets. So you see kind of where the scale is like, you say one thing, but the law doesn't say that it has to be this way. She also stated that the flares were expired. Does that mean that he is operating an unsafe boat? No, because even if the water police came and pulled him over, right? They do safety inspections. And the first thing you say is, okay, do you have life vests or floating? Oh, looks like the judge is coming back. Do you have life vests or floating devices for each one of the passengers? They look at your flares. They look at a whole bunch of other things, right? And they don't take you to jail if you don't comply, right? They write you a ticket. You're not handcuffed and taken to jail and being charged with a crime because you didn't reasonably take care of the safety issues on your boat. Okay, manslaughter by procurement. The defendant intentionally, knowingly, or consciously persuaded, induced, or caused other individuals to commit the act. We know that that's not true. Okay, so to win a conviction, the state's evidence must establish that the killing was entirely unlawful. So the defense will successfully defeat the manslaughter charge if the incident is legally classified either as justifiable homicide, the killing occurred while lawfully defending oneself. We know that that's not true. There's not a stand your ground self-defense thing. Excusable homicide, the death happened purely by accident or misfortune during a lawful activity without any unlawful intent or culpable negligence. So that is somewhat what the defense argued yesterday, is that, listen, this is just an accident. They called it an elision, collision with an elision. That's how they continue to classify it. And even when the defense first took their when the defense stood up and gave their opening argument, they they said that George Pino lost his situational awareness. You let me know what you think about that. So we're just waiting for court to come in. Just FYI, you haven't missed anything. Court has not started yet. we're live waiting for court to come in. So send me a message. Let me know where you're coming in from, what's going on, etc. We're just kind of going over some of the details that have transpired thus far. We're waiting for the judge to make her decision as to whether or not she thinks this trial is going to go forward. Did the prosecution present enough evidence that they feel that he was culpable in this manslaughter charge? I just kind of went over the charges and what the prosecution needed to present. And remember, they said that they're done. They're done with their case. They presented all the evidence that they're going to present in this case, and they argued that the charges should remain. And then the defense came up and said, no, Your Honor, they did not. They did not present everything. And it's I don't know. I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence. So on the fence. So I'm not sure. I could see it both ways. I mean, it's a tragic accident. One girl lost her life. One has permanent injuries, and the other one had to have brain surgery. Do you think, regardless of whether or not the state proved everything, that Mr. Pino needs to be criminally liable for these charges, for this accident? Some people are probably like, yes. Was it just a very tragic accident that happened, and Mr. Pino should open up his wallet and pay for the rest of his life? He's already doing that with one of the girls. And I'm sure that insurance paid out for the other ones, medical bills, etc. Remember that the Pinos have not sued the Fernandez family has not sued George Pino civilly. Okay, I was typing and I want you to hear me go clickety clack. Okay, so it said the Fernandez family had the legal right to sue the Pino family, but they chose to resolve the matter privately. During a deposition for the ongoing 2026 criminal trial, Lucy's mother, Melissa Fernandez, disclosed that the family reached a confidential financial settlement with George Pino outside of any court system. Okay, see, I didn't know that. Rather than filing a formal public civil lawsuit. Interesting. So we know, by contrast, the family of Katerina, or they call her Katie Pugh, did file a formal lawsuit, which resulted in a $16 million settlement with Pino's wife, Cecilia, along with a separate confidential settlement with George. Let's see. So Mia Rodriguez was the other one who was severely injured. She goes by Isabella Mia Rodriguez, just in case somebody was like, it's Isabella. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to see if Mia's family sued them. So it said no, that Mia's family did not pursue a formal civil lawsuit against the Pinos. Says Mia's family chose to resolve any potential legal or medical compensation issues privately outside the court system. Okay, so there you have it. If you needed to know those answers, we have them answered. Why? Because we are the armchair jurors and we can Google things. We are not an actual juror who's sitting in the courtroom who can't Google these things until after the case has ended. So 3 girls were severely injured. One of them passed away. So Lucy Fernandez passed. Katie Pugh was severely injured, completely injured for the rest of her life. And that Mia Rodriguez was injured, but she is recovering from her injuries. All of them received some sort of money from the Pino family in reference to the crash. So he's paying for it. Is that enough? Is that enough? Because he can write a check. Is that enough? Some people say yes. Some people say no. Just in case you're wondering, you're not missing court. We're currently still live at court. Court is not in session yet. Why? I don't know. Again, many things can happen. Live trials are always exciting and interesting. We don't know what's happening behind the scenes. We're just waiting for the judge to come take the stand or take the bench, take the stand. She's not taking the stand. So I know I kind of keep going to recap. Yesterday, the prosecution ended their case. They said, Judge, we presented all the evidence. We think he's negligent. We think he's culpable. We think he was reckless. He didn't have the safety measures in place. And he was drinking, even though we're not charging him with drinking. She's talking about the safety and the care of the passengers. And that's kind of what she continued to allege that he did not do and maintain, which is part of the charges, right? Did she prove that? Did the state of Florida prove that? The defense got up and said, no, Your Honor, she didn't prove that. He wasn't reckless. This was just an accident. Even if he was inattentive in his boating, it still doesn't make him culpable of this crime. And he cited some case law that stated that the state didn't meet their elements. So what's going to happen? We are waiting for the judge to start court. So you haven't missed anything. Court has not courted yet. We're almost into an hour into this, and we're just still sitting here twiddling our thumbs, waiting for the judge to take the bench. We do know that the lawyers are in the courtroom because earlier it was shown to us. We are still currently live. We're live. So see, look, we're live. Just want to let you know you haven't missed anything. We know that the lawyers are in the courtroom. We know that George Pino's in the courtroom. The Lucy's family's in the courtroom. I'm assuming that some of the other people that are in the courtroom might be the parents of the other victims. I don't know that because I don't know what the family members look like. So we were just waiting for the judge to take the bench. What could possibly happen? Number one, the judge could say, yep, prosecution, you didn't meet your elements of this crime. All charges are dismissed. George Pino goes home. She could say, you didn't meet some elements here, but you met other elements here, so we're going to split the baby. So he's not charged with this. Those charges go away, but he can be charged with this. And then the prosecution needs to decide, do we move forward with this case? Do we plead him out? What do we do? The third option is that the judge says, yep, the prosecution's met all of their elements. This case goes forward. The defense then starts to take their case. Then the defense doesn't have to put on a case. The defense doesn't have to call any witnesses. George Pino doesn't have to take the stand. So the defense could actually stand up and say, we rest. If they feel that they've got a very strong case, they say, we rest. And therefore, they go to closing arguments. So there is a lot of things that could happen today. What do I think is going to happen? Let me get out my crystal ball. Hold on. Here's the crystal ball. Here's our crystal ball. Ooh, crystal ball. What's going to happen today? I don't know. I don't know. I do think that if the judge says that the prosecution has met all the elements and that the defense's turn gets taken, that the defense will take the opportunity at minimum to call their expert. So if you saw yesterday, their expert was at the defense table listening to the other expert give his opinion. And when they were talking about what was it? Oh, they were talking about high tide and whether or not that last mile marker was obstructed because of high tide. The prosecution's expert didn't have the high tide details correct. And he stated that in his testimony that he mislabeled it. He wasn't, he said he said it was like at 10:30 p.m. when it wasn't. It was at 30. He kind of sidestepped it and made it like a non-issue because he's like, listen, even if it was high tide, you can still see the sign. He's like, even if it was below, even if the pole was below water, this sign is like 3 feet by 3 feet. If you were watching with me, the prosecutor, the male prosecutor, I forget his name, it made like a cardboard sort of cutout of what the sign itself, the size of the sign looked like. And he's like, this is the size of the sign. So even if you feel like the water was somewhat obstructing the pole, you could still see the sign. And remember, it was daylight. It was 6:30 p.m. The sun hadn't set, and you could see. Now, the defense did a good sort of job saying when you were recreating the scene, you did it in the morning time. You didn't do it at the same time. And the prosecution's like, the sun is over here. The sun wasn't in his eyes. And if by chance the plastic shield or whatever the windshield is, the windscreen for the boat, if that was being obstructed, what isn't that the care and the duty of the person operating the boat to clean that? He's like, yes. And then like if the passengers were in the front of the boat and he couldn't see, isn't it his care and duty that he needed to make sure that the passengers were out of the way so that he could see clearly? Yes. So, like even so when you're going down in the boat, sort of the front of the boat's in out of the water, right? When you're boating, the front of the boat sort of lifts up out of the water. You usually have to stand so you can see above it. And there was a whole bunch of girls in the front of the boat, and he did tell them to sit down. I forget where we heard that testimony, but he did tell the girls to sit down, and they were seated because they all stated that they were seated. But if he was unable to see because their heads or whatever were in the way, that's up to him to operate the vessel safely. Did he do that? So if you're just joining us, we are waiting for court to begin. Court has not come in yet. We are live. So I just wanted to show you that we are live in court. We know that people are in court. We know that the lawyers are there. We know that George Pino is there. We know that the family members there because the cameraman had panned over there. So what we're waiting for, we don't know. We don't know why court has not started yet. Oh, I see some movement. Oh, here we go. Oh, what? Here we go. Oh, we have some noise. So the judge is it Marisa Tinkler Mendez? Marisa. Here she is. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh boy. Here we go. Buckle up. Law lovies, here we go. What is she going to decide? Oh boy. Can you see it on her face?
All right, good morning, everyone. State of Florida versus George Pino, parties announced.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura Adams and Jonathan Borst on behalf of the state of Florida.
Good morning, Your Honor. On behalf of George Pino, who's present, Howard Strebnick, Mark Shapiro, Ed Armelino, and Janelle Gomez. Good morning.
This is working her way in. Mr. Pino, would you please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn? You swore affirming the testimony you give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, the exhibits are coming in. As you can see up here. And ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a great treat. The staple lady is not in. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we are in real time, so I cannot speed this up any faster than we can. So we just have to just bear with all of the clackety clack and the noise from the courtroom. This courtroom is very antiquated.
All right, ladies
And
and gentlemen,
okay,
I heard an argument yesterday late afternoon on the defense first motion for judgment of acquittal. The court has considered the defense first motion for judgment of acquittal as to both counts. Defense argues the state has failed to establish the elements of anything greater than negligence, and the state must make a prima facie showing that the evidence establishes that Pino was more than negligent in his conduct, and the court must view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. Having listened to the evidence, the testimony and the evidence, reviewing the evidence, the court respectfully denies the defense motion for judgment of acquittal as to both counts 1 and 2.
okay, so she denied the motion, so the trial continues. I'm surprised she didn't.
We were going to recall Lieutenant Paul Albert to present the additional information and a few additional
From
questions.
yesterday, okay.
I'm surprised that she didn't go further into her reasoning.
Clerk mark the exhibit.
Okay, so Paul Albert is coming back.
That'll be our next exhibit. we're going to have Mr. Cruz set up the screen. That one?
We're just waiting for them to go. Just remember, we're in real time. There's no Zoom room. Sorry.
Unless you went in the restroom, but just, yeah.
Someone went to the restroom. Oh my goodness. Someone got a notification. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining me. You can comment, make a comment. You can say hi back. Let me know where you're coming from.
All right.
All right. I guess the jury's now coming in. Again, why are we showing the jurors? Stop it. Stop it. Go show the judge. There you go. Show. No, don't. Ugh. Drives me nuts. You know why? Because with these highly publicized trials, no one's going to want to be a jury because their feet are being shown or whatever. Don't be showing them. Don't show them.
Christina, thank you.
My goodness. Stop.
Good morning,
Kirsten.
ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all doing well. You're ready to
Oh my
proceed.
goodness.
Has anyone seen anything in the news or read anything in the news about this case? Have you done any research or investigation to gather information? Has anyone tried to speak with you or in your presence about the case? Very well. We're ready to proceed now as the state has rested their case. And now, defense, your first witness.
Your Honor, we're going to call Lieutenant Paul Almer.
Sir, please step forward. Swear you to the pen. Thank you.
You swear affirm testimony about the people with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's called Lieutenant Albert, but is he still practicing? I thought that he was an independent person now, but whatever. Okay, so is this defense witness number 1?
May I proceed, Judge?
We're going to go ahead and say that.
Lieutenant, yesterday when you were here, we talked about some issues regarding tides and such.
Yep, we
Since
talked
the
about
time we
that.
spoke, you did some additional research?
I did.
Okay, great. And you created some visuals for us today?
Yes.
Oh,
And you
yay.
put them on a thumb drive this morning?
Yes.
And I marked it as for ID Defense Exhibit A14 and seek its admission at this time.
No objection, Judge.
Without objection.
814 marked for identification, defense exhibit L.
So this is now
And this-
Defense Exhibit L.
This
I'd
is
like
the
to,
defense's point that they're worried about whether or not the tide was high, whether or not you could see the sign. Remember, it's the defense's job to poke holes in the prosecution's case. Every hole that they can poke to make reasonable doubt is
So,
exactly what they need
Lieutenant,
to do.
Yesterday, we were talking about the area where the incident occurred, and this is State's Exhibit number 2. We'll just use my finger for the moment. You see that your Cutter Bank channel, there is Totten Key?
Yes. Sorry, Jim. Yes, okay.
And you see that that's on the east side of Cutter Bank.
Yes.
And on the west side of Cutter Bank, there's an area called East Arsenicer,
Yes.
correct? And overnight or this morning, did you take tide readings from those two locations and put them on the thumb drive for us?
Excuse me. I got the tide data from the NOAA tide charts.
Okay, so if you would tell the jury, what is NOAA and how do you spell that?
NOAA, NOAA, it's National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. They make all these charts and they provide weather and tide and wind forecast.
And you consider that a reliable source for tidal information?
It's a basic standard in navigation.
Okay. And you were able to read from the information available from NOAA, when was high tide at Totten Key on September 4, 2022, and when was high tide at East Arsenicer on that same date?
Yes.
Okay. So I would ask that we publish at this time your exhibits for that purpose.
So I'm wondering why they had him do this versus their expert. I'm assuming their expert had already done it, and there was conflicting information, and maybe they're giving him the opportunity to correct the record. Remember, each court has their own rules of how they do things. Each state has their own rules.
Okay. And you have it in your computer, you want to rely on this just the same? And maybe you can have a seat here with us. Okay, and so September 4, 2022, oh, and I have a pointer today. I think. Does this show that on Sunday, September 4 at 2022, that the reading at Totten Key for high tide was at 6:19 p.m.?
Yes.
And the elision occurred at 6:37 p.m.
Yes. So it's about 20 minutes later.
So just shy of 20 minutes after the high tide at Totten Key.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's look at East Arsenicer.
The accident happened at 6:37 p.m.
Yes, please. East Arsenicer for September 4, 2022. Where do we see the high tide time for that?
You can see this is the high point right here, 1.09 feet above the mean. And so it's a little bit after 6.
Do you remember that it's precisely, and if you have to check your information, that the reading was at 6:38 p.m.?
Sounds about right.
Okay, so to be clear, at Totten Key, 6:19 p.m. is high tide. Let's go back to that previous one. See where we
That's
are.
that's the date of the reconstruction. Those are the last one.
Keep going back. And what does this mean, plus 1.39?
So there's a mean water level, and then plus 1.39 is 1.39. So 1 1/3 foot, about 18 inches above the mean, and so it's just barely going below the mean at low tide like that.
Okay. And so at 6:19 PM on the day of the incident, high tide at Totten Key was 6:19 PM. Yes. And if we go to the next chart at East Arsenica, which is also on the map, that high tide event occurred at 6:38 PM, 1.09 feet above the mean. Yes. Now, the incident occurred basically in between East Arsenica and Totten Key. Yes. Right? Incident is right around here, and there's East Arsenica. Yes. There's Totten Key, as they can see on State's Exhibit number 2. Right. Thank you. Now, let's take a look at the date of the recreation of the by Lieutenant Thompson, and you were on that boat as well. High tide on June 9 of 2025 at Totten Key was 10:12 a.m. And it was at 1.12 feet. Okay. So on the day of the recreation, high tide didn't get quite as high as it did on the day of the elision, correct?
Yeah, within a few inches, yes.
Okay. Instead of 1.39, it's only 1.12.
So it would have been 14 inches instead of 18 inches.
Fair enough. And for this one, we just did Totten Key for comparison purposes. Now, when you and Lieutenant Thompson were doing the recreation, that was sometime before 9 a.m.?
So the first pictures that I took, there's a picture of the channel marker with the buoy was just after 9, and then we did construct the runs through afterwards, but it took a little bit of time because we had to get the drone going. There were a lot of moving parts that day.
Got it.
So it was pretty close to high tide by the time.
Got it. Okay, so that deals with the tide issue. Now, when you had done your report, you had recorded on your report that high tide on the day of the incident was 10:29 p.m.
Yes.
And that's 4 hours later than we are revealing today.
Yes.
And could that have been because it was on Greenwich time instead of Eastern Daylight Time, or do you know why that happened?
It could have been a different tide station. I mean, the tide fluctuates. The tide is hours different between North Biscayne Bay and South Biscayne Bay, east and west. It could have been a number of factors. I don't remember which source that I used to grab that time.
And do you know what source Lieutenant Thompson was using to determine tide when he testified?
No.
Okay, so that's the tide issue. Now, I also asked, and you were good enough to do another demonstrative showing at what point along the path of the Robalo that if the operator was looking down the channel at a moment in time, marker 13A would obscure marker 15.
Yes.
And you were able to do a study of that, yes?
Yes.
And if we can just put that on the screen. That's why I invited you to sit if you'd like, so you don't have to get up and down. It's up to you.
I need to exercise.
Hang on one
The defense
second.
already knows the answers to these questions because their expert had already done these. Why are we going through this exercise?
There we go.
I guess to clear the record.
So what you did in this exercise is you plotted, got it? Carlos? Great. You basically plotted a line between marker 15, 13A, and C. Where would that intersect along the path of the revolve? In what this exercise revealed was that at timestamp 6:36:54 p.m., the Robalo was on its path, and had the operator looked down the channel, 13A would have obscured 15. Yes. Okay. And
Oh.
to remind everyone, the elision occurred at 6:37:28.
Wow, isn't that a
So
good
would be
point?
roughly 34 seconds before impact. Great. Thank you for that. Well, before you get up 1 second.
Sure.
There was also another point in time where marker 13 might have obscured marker 15 in the distance, correct? Let's show that one for the jury.
Okay, I have to pause for just a second. Let's just throw this out there really quickly, okay? They're saying that at this moment it obscures it. Okay, does that mean that every boater who's going through, I'm playing devil's advocate, does that mean that every boater that's going through the channel is obscured by this and that everybody's going to hit channel marker 15 because they can't see it 30 seconds before? I know that there are accidents that happen. I know that there's probably, unfortunately, I don't have the statistics that say how many accidents happened in that area. But why is this one so important? It's because people were injured and somebody died. But if you're trying to poke holes in the prosecution's theory, this is good, right?
And
His
so
view is
at this
obscured.
moment in time, 6:35, what is there? 6:35:26. You draw a straight line from where the Robalo was through marker 13 to 15. At that moment in time, marker 13 would have obscured 15. But that's a way distance back.
To give you some reference, this is the second to last track point here, so this distance was 622 right here. So you can see this is over a mile and a half.
Okay. And time-wise, this occurred at 6:35:26 p.m. The elision was at
Wow.
6:37:28. Right, so that's roughly a couple of minutes before impact. Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other exhibits on this before we make the witness sit? The sun. Okay. You also did a study of the sun, right? Yep. Tell us what you found out about that.
So I found out that NOAA has a tool that you can calculate the angle of the sun to a particular place on the face of the earth on a particular day. So I took that data and roughly plotted it to have an idea. So this is the southbound track of the Robalo. This is 8 and 9. This is, I think it's pretty close to 9 or 10 and 11 right here, the kind of midway through the channel. And this line here represents the bearing that the sun would have been to the boat as it's heading south in the channel. And then the elevation, so with this, if I'm looking forward on the boat, the sun is on my right side, and then the angle of elevation is just shy of 6 degrees above the visible horizon. So the sun is on its way down.
Okay. Now actually the boat is, although we call it a southbound channel, the boat is actually traveling southwest, right?
Yeah, if you look at the little icon up here, you can see north is up. So this would be kind of a little bit northeast to southwest.
So if the boat was traveling southbound, it would have been like my pen is right now, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So the boat was traveling, this would be directly west.
This way.
Yeah. Right?
Yes.
And so the sun was off the operator's right shoulder, so to speak.
Yes.
So if the operator is driving down and looks to the right, that the sun is off his right shoulder.
Yes.
And how high off the horizon would that be?
Low.
So
6 degrees. If you think about 0, 90, it's 6. So it's sun flow on the horizon.
okay. Got it. Thank you for that. In terms of the display, I think we're done. A few questions, and I think we'll be through. There were a couple observations that you made that I wanted to ask you briefly about. The Robalo had twin 300 horsepower engines, right?
Yes.
For a total of 600 horsepower.
Yes.
The Robalo is built and the manufacturer rates it for 700 horsepower, right?
Yes.
So someone could choose to equip the Robalo with larger engines than this Robalo was equipped with,
Yes.
100 horsepower more.
Yes.
And is Robalo a boat that's been a reputable boat for decades?
It depends on your. It's a decent boat.
It's been around for a long time?
It's been a long. It's one of the many boats where it started as a local manufacturer, I think, here in Miami, built a quality boat that's been absorbed by a huge conglomerate and is built, mass produced, I think in Mississippi or Alabama, somewhere up there, they build a lot of boats.
Okay. You discussed the lookout rule. Question, is it, the lookout rule allows one person to operate a boat with no one else on the boat?
Yes,
Okay. And we see police officers operating solo from time to time?
I did many years.
Okay. The prosecutor asked you yesterday about passing on the right. Did you say stay to the right? I think you said is like on a highway or on a road.
Yes,
In Cutter Bank Channel, it is permitted, is it not, for the operator of a boat to navigate outside of the channel if there's enough water depth?
it's not against any of the rules to operate outside of the channel. No.
Okay. The channel is meant for boats that for sure need that depth of water, a large boat with a big keel, right?
Yes, I mean, a prudent operator would choose to operate in the channel, given the choice between a known maintained waterway and a shallow bank. A prudent operator would typically stay in the channel.
In this Cutter Bank Channel, there's enough water given the draft of the Robalo for the Robalo to operate outside of the channel.
In some areas,
And when an operator is in the channel, the operator can exit the channel at any point in time, provided there's no risk of a collision.
yes.
And the operator can go to the left of the marker or the right of the marker, provided there's no risk of collision with another vessel.
I'm going to need a little bit more than that. Like, can be a little more specific.
Yeah, someone's going down the channel southbound and wants to just sort of head into the flats. If there's no oncoming traffic, the operator can make a left turn and head into the flats and
Yes.
go that way.
Yes.
Personal flotation devices, PFDs, life preservers, life savers. There's no requirement that they be worn by the passengers of a boat of the size of the Robalo while it's underway, correct?
Correct.
The so-called kill switch, there's no requirement that a boat of that size have a kill switch, correct?
No, there's not.
No requirement.
No.
Flares. There's flares on there labeled sometimes expire.
Yes.
Okay. And flares that are expired can still work, although they may not be acceptable under some regulation
They might still work.
if they're kept in the right condition.
A lot of people misunderstand the rules, though. All the safety gear that's kept on the boat has to be in a serviceable condition. So having unserviceable flares is technically a violation. Do I write tickets for that? No, but I would tell people you need to get rid of those. And it's not easy to get rid of them because it's a hazardous material. But all the equipment on your boat, the safety equipment, should be in serviceable condition.
And do you know whether the flares on the Robalo were in service?
Okay, he doesn't even write tickets for it. So I'm sorry. The prosecutor, she's like, okay, then he didn't have a kill switch. He didn't have a kill switch. They weren't wearing life vests and the flares were expired. These are all non-issues from this guy, and he's the expert. Just putting it out there. They're poking holes.
Serviceable condition?
No,
You just don't know.
no.
One moment.
Let me know what you think. Is he making good points? I think he is.
Cutter Bank Channel in 2022 had no posted speed limit, correct?
It doesn't have a speed limit the way we think about speed limits on the road. No,
Okay. There are channels that do have posted speed limits, correct?
they're the exception, not the norm.
Coming into a marina, for example, might have a sign that says no wake,
It does, yes.
and that means the boat shouldn't generate any waves or wake, right?
Correct.
Some channels, including the intercoastal, have speed limitations, like Malloy Channel in Miami Beach, right?
I do.
Could be a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit in Malloy Channel right here in Miami Beach.
Correct. Again, though, that's the exception, not the norm.
And those speed limits change season to season in some instances, right?
Yes,
Malloy Channel here in Miami Beach has a speed limit at some times of the year that's 30 miles per hour, other 35, whatever it might be. Other times of the year, there's no posted speed limit, right?
Objection leading.
I'll move it. So, don't leave, sustain.
Okay. Do speed limits within the same channel sometimes change during the time of year?
yes,
Okay. Cutter Bank had no speed limits posted at all, correct?
there's speed limits everywhere, just not the way that we associate speed limits on the road.
No posted sign saying speed limit at Cutter Bank Channel back in 2022, correct?
There's not a numerical speed. There's not a numerical speed limit for Cutter Bank Channel.
Neither then nor now.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have. Judge.
I don't know why he's being evasive.
Hello again.
Hello.
Let's talk about that Robalo.
Okay.
It's not a Grady White, is it?
It's not a Grady White. It's not a CV. It's not a
For
contender.
jurors who may not know, isn't it true that Grady White is considered one of the best kind of recreational vessels that people can have?
I mean, they have Grady White has a good reputation. Yes.
Now that,
Okay, George Pino is not on trial for what type of boat he has.
that Robalo vessel, which is the subject of this case, even if it's capable of going, say, 54, 55 miles per hour with twin 300 horsepower engines, on the day in question, September 4th of 2022, that vessel was not in the condition like it would be for testing for specifications, was it?
It was not. It was not.
It had a lot more people on it than it would have for testing for the specifications.
Yes,
And those extra people added a lot of extra weight to the vessel, correct?
it did.
And that extra weight caused the bow of the boat to be further down in the water, didn't it?
Yes,
And as a result, that vessel would not have been able to go as fast as what was done when it was tested for the specifications.
correct.
And as a consequence, when we see the speed of that vessel traveling between 43 and 47 miles an hour, that's indicative to you, given the amount of weight on that vessel, that the defendant was operating at full throttle through that channel, right?
So 43, he was probably at the higher ends of the boat's capability with that weight load. At 47, he was, and 47 is an estimate. It could have been 45, but it also could have been 50. It's in my opinion, it's wide open throttle or very close to wide open throttle. And I back up a little bit. You asked about capability. You should not. Capability has nothing to do with safety or reason. Capable doesn't correlate with safe or reasonable.
Gotcha. Speaking of safe and reasonable, you were asked questions about speed limits
Yes.
through Cutter Bank Channel.
Yes.
Now, in point of fact, every operator of a vessel in the state of Florida has to obey a speed limit that's set forth in Navigational Rule 6, don't they?
6 and 2. Yes.
So let's talk for a minute about Navigational Rule 6.
Okay.
What does that require every operator of a vessel in the waters of Florida to do?
It requires them to operate at a speed that's under the conditions the operator is able to see and identify the risk of a potential collision and still have time given that speed to react and avoid the collision.
Given what we've seen from the GPS data that came from the defendant's vessel, he was not operating at a speed that allowed him to avoid the channel marker, was he?
Objection.
Okay, sustain.
We've seen the
That is a
GPS
speculative
data from the
question.
defendant's vessel. Was he able to avoid the channel marker?
No,
He hit it, right?
he did.
And he hit it at almost 50 miles an hour,
Yes.
if not maybe even at 50 miles an hour.
Yes.
And he had it with a bunch of teenagers on his vessel, correct?
Yes.
Is that something like having a bunch of kids in the back of a pickup truck and taking them out for a ride through the open fields? Were they secured?
I'm sorry?
Were those teenagers secured?
There are no seatbelts or any other really restraint devices on a boat. In fact, people can move around, shift around inside of a boat.
Now, in terms of the tides that you were looking at, what would be the maximum difference in the water height on that channel marker between the date of the crash and the time of the crash on September the 4th, 2022, and the date and the time when that crash reconstruction was done in June of last year?
A few inches.
Is there any reason to think that the tides obscured anyone's view of channel marker 15 on September the 4th of 2022?
None at all.
Now, you also did a calculation about where the sun would have been in relation to the defendant as he's traversing through that channel.
Yes.
Is there any way that the sun blocked his view or caused glare that would keep him from being able to see channel marker 15?
Seems pretty unlikely.
Is it your opinion that the sun in any way contributed to this crash?
No.
You also were asked about whether or not channel marker 13A, the one before 15, would block the view of channel marker 15 from where the defendant's track was.
Yes.
Did channel marker 13 block the view of channel marker 15?
No, it didn't.
And can you explain to the members of the jury, you talked about how far away
Yes.
the defendant's vessel would have had to be for channel marker 13A to block channel marker 15.
Sure.
From that distance, even if channel marker 13 was not there, would channel marker 15 be visible to an operator of a vessel?
When we were out there that day, channel marker 15 was coming into view as we were passing between markers 12 and 13. And that straight line from 15 through 13 up to the track line where it intersects with the boat's course was several hundred feet north of 12 and 13. So it doesn't seem to me that even if the two had a line, you wouldn't be able to see 15, because even if you could see it, it would have been so small, it would have been behind the marker.
So 13A didn't really ever block the view of channel marker 15, because from the distance where they would align, you'd be so far away, you wouldn't see channel marker 15 anyway.
Objection, I think the prosecutor is confusing 13A with 13.
Start again.
Channel marker 13A.
Yes.
That channel marker does not block the view of channel marker 15, except from a distance where you couldn't see channel marker 15 anyway.
Correct. Where the boat was that day, that's correct, yes.
Now, yesterday, Mr. Shrevenick said, hi, I've not met you before, right?
Yes,
And you haven't met Mr. Shrevenick before yesterday, right?
I have not.
But you didn't mind doing some extra homework for him, did you? Okay. Did you charge him for this work?
No.
You charging the state attorney's office for that extra homework?
No.
But this wasn't the first time you ever spoke with a member of the defense team, right?
Correct.
In fact, you spoke with Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Shrevenick's partner previously, right?
Yes.
And that actually was on Tuesday, January the 6th, 2026, right?
I'll take your word for it.
I'll tell you what,
Yes.
with looking at this refresh your recollection.
Sure. It looks like January 6th, 2026.
And how long, when did that deposition start and when did it end?
It started at 1:38 p.m. and ended at 5:20 p.m.
So a couple hours.
It was couples two. My math is 4.
Okay, nothing else.
Who's counting?
Yes, please.
So I want to make sure that we're talking marker to marker here.
Yes.
At one point, the prosecutor was talking about marker 13,
Yes,
then 13A. Those are
Yes.
two very different markers.
they are. I mean, yes, they are.
So let's be clear with the
Okay.
jury, okay? Because Carlos, can we have? Yep, GH9. So, Carlos, if you could, read, thumb drive. The first one, today's. Nancy? No, I need today. Today? And yesterday's. Okay. Take a second. Okay. While he's rebooting the computer, let's talk about the view of the pilot, of the operator of the vessel.
Yes,
So prosecutor was asking about obscure view from the operator's point of view, right?
yes,
We talked yesterday about passengers seated in the bow,
yes,
and I'll use the phrase with their butts on the cushion,
Mhm.
right? There would be torsos and heads above the gunnel line,
yes,
and if they're waving their hands,
yes,
that combination, in your perspective, would obscure the view of the operator, right?
and it would have been his responsibility to recognize that problem and address it immediately because it caused a safety problem.
Fair enough.
Yes,
But to be clear, it is your view, as you testified in that deposition,
yes,
that the passengers seated were on the cushions, designated seating by Robalo, simply waving their hands
yes,
would obscure the view of the marker.
yes,
And it might mean that the operator of the vessel wouldn't see the marker when that's going on.
yeah, yes, that's his responsibility.
And your view is, if you said it 3 times now, it would have been his responsibility to have the girls stop putting their hands on, right?
Yes. You also used the term designated seating. Again, I'm going to refer back to what I said before. Just capability doesn't mean that it's safe, and it's not always safe to be seated in that spot.
And by the way, if the boat had not alighted with the marker, okay,
Yes,
there'd be no suggestion, nobody would have been injured, correct?
not given the circumstances
Right.
that we've had.
This was
right
a
now.
calm day,
Yes,
right? The
Is
sea,
objection leading?
you're right. Describe for the jury the conditions of the day.
so the prevailing circumstances was that the day was a light chop.
Okay.
Yes.
There was still an hour's worth of sunlight,
Yes,
and this Robalo, it may not be a Grady White,
yep,
but this Robalo is rated to have even more horsepower than it did.
I did.
Objection leading?
Yeah, Janet's a lead.
Okay. You able to get that up? Okay, let's do it. Now, let's start with, let's just do marker 13A. Second one. Exhibit. We're in exhibit L. Okay. We talked earlier that where 13A obscures 15 is at 6:36:54 p.m.
Yes.
Are you telling the jury that marker 15 was not visible at that time, or it was?
So when I was out there, naked eye, when I was passing between 12 and 13, 15 is just starting to come into view.
So your testimony now is that this is roughly 34 seconds to impact? That at 34 seconds to impact, your recollection is that marker 15 is barely even visible?
Objection leading?
Yeah, don't.
Is it-
Witness testify.
Point blank, is it visible or not with 34 seconds to go?
At 34 seconds up here traveling 43 miles an hour, it was not visible here. It's just coming into view as you cross between 12 and 13. You can see it pretty clearly Up here, you can see it very clearly here.
Okay. Yesterday, we showed the jury exhibit, I think it's G,
Yes.
okay? And we're gonna put it up, enlarge it. Okay? We see 13.
Yep.
We see 13A.
Yep.
We see 14 and 15 in the distance.
Yes.
Are you saying this was not visible on the day of the impact?
Objection leading.
I'm asking, was it or wasn't it visible, 15, on the day of the impact?
I don't know where that picture, what perspective that picture was taken from, or what zoom rating it was on the camera. I'm telling you from the naked eye, when I was running the boat, I'm sorry, when Thompson was running the boat through the markers here, when we were at 12 and, not 13, 13, 16. This is much closer.
Okay.
This is much closer.
Right.
This is on the approach to 13.
Let's go to the next one. Go to the next one.
Again, it's coming into view here. You can see just a little bit of green marker right there.
True or
And
false?
This is closer, and I don't know I don't know how far you have your lens zoomed in, but this is closer than where the intersection of the lines are.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand from your perspective, with 34 seconds to go to impact, was marker 15 visible to the operator?
It's coming into view, it would be coming into view if it was in front.
And at 34 seconds to go, if it's coming into view, it's still being obscured by marker 13A. correct?
Objection leading.
His leading counsel.
Was it being obscured by 13A?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll rephrase. Did the exercise you did for the jury
Yes.
show to the jury that with 34 seconds to go, 13A obscures 15?
Let me see if I can. For a moment in time, it's supposed going 43 miles an hour to the channel. At an instant in time, this marker 15 is just coming into view, would have been obscured for a brief moment by 13A.
Fair enough. And so to finish our conversation today, with 9 seconds to go, if the operator had seen the marker, that would have provided sufficient time to avoid the elision.
At
9 seconds to
9
go.
seconds? Yes,
8 seconds to go.
yes,
7 seconds to go.
yes,
6,
potentially,
5,
yes.
4.
Now he needs to make an adjustment. Under the rules, it says that you have to take early and substantial action. A
Of course,
prudent
if the-
mariner wouldn't wait 4 seconds to make a maneuver.
Okay, 3 seconds might be too late, with 3 seconds to go.
Then you're making an abrupt maneuver with a heavy load on the boat.
And so if the operator didn't see the marker, for whatever reason, whatever distraction, the operator would have lied with the marker, right?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
One time evidence. Thank you. The witness is excused, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're waiting for the next one to come in. Just FYI, I was told that we are not allowed to live chat. Thank you so much for letting me know. I didn't know that that rule was happening. So I'll make sure and don't chat, don't put anything. when there's a break, I'll go and disable chat so you can chat, but it won't be able to be displayed. So no chatting. Or we could lose the pool camera. And this is for live audiences. I didn't know that. So thank you for letting me know. Who was it? Malachi. Thank you for letting me know. Appreciate it. I don't want to ruin the pool camera for all of us. Remember, we are live. There's no Zoom room. So we get what we get and we don't get upset.
Please step forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Oh boy. This is witness number 2 for the defense.
Keep your voice loud and clear, microphone's this way, but your ears that way, okay? Thank you.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, hi, my name is Claudia Portocarrero.
And how old are you, Ms. Portocarrero?
I'm 21.
Are you in school?
Yes,
What school do you go to?
I go to Clemson University.
What are you studying?
I'm studying language and international health.
When do you graduate?
I graduate in May of 2027.
Do you know the Pino family?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us how you know the Pino family?
Yes, I've known the Pino family my whole life. My mom is cousins with Ceci Georges.
Do you know or did you know Miss Lucy Fernandez?
Yes, I've also known Lucy my whole life.
How did you know Miss Fernandez?
We went to school together since we were 4 years old at Epiphany.
And before September of 2022, did you know Caterina Puig?
Yes,
Can you tell us how you knew Miss Puig?
yes, Kathy was also one of my closest friends. We also started Epiphany together when we were 4 years old.
Are you still friends?
Yes,
Were you at Ocean Reef with the Pinos the weekend of September 4th, 2022?
yes.
What were you doing in Ocean Reef that weekend?
That weekend, we were celebrating Ceci's 18th birthday.
Were you on a boat on September 4th, 2022?
Yes,
Were you involved in a boating accident that
Yeah.
day?
yes,
Before the accident, were you at a sandbar?
yes.
Do you remember the name of the sandbar?
I don't remember.
Do you know how you arrived at the sandbar?
By boat,
Who was driving the boat?
George.
So when you were at the sandbar that day, can you tell us who else was there with you?
Yes, there was 12 girls on, or 10 girls on the boat, I believe. And there was other boats at the same bar as well.
Do you remember who was on those other boats?
I remember that there was about 4 boats.
Okay. Can you tell us who was on them, if you remember?
Yes, I remember the Suarez family was there, the Fernandez family, the Portuondos, and the Pardos is who I remember.
Okay. Were there also some boys that were at the sandbar as well?
Yes,
Do you remember who some of those boys were?
I remember a few of them, Diego, Nicholas, and Marco is who I remember. But I know that there was probably about 10 of them.
10 in total.
Yes,
Were you consuming alcohol that day?
yes.
Do you remember how many drinks you had approximately?
I don't remember exactly how many I had, but I know I had a seltzer and a beer.
When you were at the sandbar, at any point, do you remember if you ever saw Mr. Pino holding an alcoholic drink in his hand?
No,
Do you remember having any conversations with Mr. Pino at the sandbar?
no,
And at the sandbar, you were mostly spending time with your friends?
yes.
When you were leaving the sandbar, talk to me about when you were leaving the sandbar and what happened.
So when we got back on the boat, pretty much what I remember is we were dancing on the back of the boat, just really having a great time all together. And then we all took our spots and we left.
And was Mr. Pino on this boat as well?
Yes,
Did he seem intoxicated in any way?
No,
Did he seem impaired in any way?
no,
So this accident, did it happen on the way back from Billy's Point back to Ocean Reef?
yes.
Where were you sitting on the boat, if you remember?
I was sitting towards the front of the boat.
And so during the boat ride back from Billy's Point, can you describe how that boat ride felt?
It felt like nothing out of the ordinary. We were, again, just all really happy and enjoying our time together.
How did the speed of the boat feel to you?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Did you ever tell Mr. and Mrs. Pino to slow down or to change the way that they were operating the boat?
No,
And prior to the accident, had you been on a boat before?
yes.
Do you recall how many times, more or less? I know it's hard to tell, but if you can describe for us how many times you've been on a boat before.
I would consider myself a pretty experienced boater. My family never owned a boat, but I had gone on boats with my friends my whole life.
Had you been on a boat with Mr. Pino before?
Yes,
And this boat ride on September 4th, prior to the accident, did it feel any different than any other boat ride you've taken in your life?
no,
So back to September 4th, that boat ride from the sandbar to Ocean Reef. What were you and the rest of the girls doing during the boat ride?
I just remember we were really happy, singing, enjoying our time together.
So there was music playing,
Yes,
and you mentioned everyone was sitting. Everyone was sitting on the cushion of the boat.
yes, in the respective spots.
Was anybody sitting, and I learned this term just the other day, so it's okay if you don't know it. Was anybody sitting on the gunnel of the boat? It's like the railing. See that railing over there, kind of the railing of a boat?
No,
None of the girls were sitting on top of that.
no,
So you were saying that some of the girls were singing and they were dancing in their chairs. Did any of the girls have their hands up in the air?
yes, I would say a good amount of us probably as we were singing.
Now, what happened after the accident, after the impact?
I just remember opening my eyes after the impact and seeing like a lot of white. And the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was George, and I thought he was dead. I just saw a lot of blood gushing, and then my friends were telling me that I had to get out of the boat. And by the time I was going to get off the boat, it was kind of almost like turned flipped. So I instead of jumping from the boat, I practically stepped into the water because of how tilted it was. And then I honestly, I don't remember much. I just swam, and I swam to where Ceci was with Gati, and I tried to help her keep her afloat. And then at that point, we saw the rescue boat, and I was just helping wave them down until they were nice enough to help get Gati onto that boat.
Okay, so a moment ago, you mentioned that you thought Mr. Pino was dead. This was after the impact. Can you tell us why you thought that? How did he look to you?
Yes, I just thought that because there was a lot of blood gushing from his head and he seemed unconscious.
Do you remember if his eyes were open or closed?
I don't remember.
At some point, you said you ended up in the water. Do you remember if anyone said to jump into the water? Did you hear anybody call that out?
Yes, I don't remember exactly who it was, but I know people were telling me I had to get out.
Do you remember if it was a female voice or a male voice that said to jump?
Definitely a female voice.
One moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
So when we go through this, we need to see why each person is on the stand and what exactly are they testifying to? What's the purpose of their testimony? You just don't put anybody on the stand just to say willy-nilly anything. So what's the purpose of her testimony? I think it's to state that, one, she didn't seem that Mr. Pino was intoxicated, and two, that after the collision, she thought he was dead. She thought he was unconscious. Does that then affect his statements and the actions that he's done after the event? Was he in shock? Was he unconscious? What was his state of mind after the crash? Does it go to his statements, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Again, no Zoom room, so we just have to just bear with it. So I think the prosecution is getting ready to cross-examine her and is looking for exhibits to cross-examine her on. I want to know if it's a diagram of who's where on the boat.
Judge, I'm sorry, just take a moment. Thank you, Judge.
So I think that was what the purpose of her testimony here is. Now, and her mother is cousins with George Pino's wife, Cece. So she's related. And she also didn't get injured, and obviously she wasn't inflicted too much. Oh, they're looking for something they can't find. That is Lucy's dad. Next to him, I don't know who that is. That is not Lucy's mother, Melissa.
Hi there.
Hi.
My name is Laura Adams. Same. I know this is really hard, okay? But I want to ask you a few questions about that day that the boat crash happened, okay? Were you or any of the other girls wearing life jackets, either to the sandbar or on the way back?
No.
I know you said that you didn't notice well, first off, do you see George Pino in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so that our record will be clear?
Yes, he's right over there and wearing a blue tie.
Oh, so
I want to ask you if on the day that this incident happened, I know you said that you had consumed some alcohol.
Yes.
Some of that alcohol came from the boat that Mr. and Mrs. Pino brought you there to the sandbar on, right?
Yes, I got my alcohol from that boat and others as well.
Okay. Did you feel like you were drunk, about to pass out?
No.
Did you feel a little buzzed?
At the maximum, but I did not feel impaired.
Okay, but buzzed, right? Happy, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, gotcha. So now you'd agree that maybe people that are buzzed from alcohol are not the best judges of whether somebody else is also buzzed from alcohol, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously at this party, you weren't there to hang out with the defendant and his wife. You were there to hang out with your friends and the other boys that were there. Fair to say?
Yes.
So you weren't keeping an eye on everything that the defendant, George Pino, was doing, were you?
No.
And you've known him for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And you had faith and trust that he'd be able to safely take you and your friends back to Ocean Reef for the party that was going to be that night, right?
Yes.
And because you had trust in him, you weren't turning around and looking to be like, oh my gosh, where's this man gonna go, were you?
No.
I wanna show you a little diagram. It's got a number 11 on it. It's in evidence. I know it's been a long time, but do you think if looking on this exhibit, you'd be able to let us know where you were seated on the way back?
Yes.
Where? Number 12? Why don't you write your name right there by number 12? So, Ms. Carrero, so you're at seat number 12, right?
Yes.
And so if you're at seat number
Who was next to
12,
her?
you're kind of actually facing more toward the back of the boat, right?
Yes.
So in order to see what was ahead of you, if you're here at seat number 12, you'd have to be looking like this, right?
Yes.
But you weren't doing that, were you?
No.
Because you trusted that Mr. Pino would get you back safe.
Yes.
Great points.
Do you remember the, let's say, 5-10 seconds prior to when that crash happened?
I would say 10 seconds before, yes.
And tell us exactly what you were doing then.
I was singing with my friends.
Okay. Did anybody stand up?
No.
In those last 10 seconds, were people holding up their hands to block the defendant's view?
People were waving their hands as they were singing. I'm not exactly sure if they were directly above, but I don't believe so.
Okay. So from your vantage point, there was nothing anybody was doing at the front of that boat that would have made it impossible
No.
for the defendant to see what's in front of him, right?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, wait, actually, I did want to ask you something.
She's being really nice to her. I really like her
Show me
demeanor
this
towards
exhibit
her.
Number 1. This was your friend Lucy, right?
Yes.
Oh, shoot.
And you knew her for how long?
My whole life since we started Epiphany at 4 years old.
I'm sorry for the loss of your friend. I don't have anything else.
Oh.
Questions?
Okay, thank you. The witness is excused. Thank you.
Great questions on redirect. Whew.
Defense?
It's not going to get any easier. All right, number 3 for the defense. So the girl who just testified was Claudia Porto Carrero, Carreo.
Please step forward, face the card, raise your right hand and be sworn.
So I put testimony about the people, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
Keep your voice down into the microphone. And it's this way, but the jury's this way, so keep your voice down.
Good morning, Ms. Reed. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I'm Natalia Reed.
And how old are you?
I'm 21.
I need you to speak up.
Sorry, I'm 21.
Are you in school right now?
Yes,
Where are you studying?
I go to Brown University,
What are you studying?
economics.
And are you currently interning or working somewhere right now?
Yes, this summer I'm doing a management consulting internship
Do you know where? Can you tell us where?
in New York City.
Thank you for joining us this
Thank
afternoon.
you.
Do you know the Pino family?
Yes, I do.
Tell us how you know them.
I went to elementary school with little Ceci, and I've known the Pinos since then. We went to Epiphany together, which was our elementary school.
Did you know Lucy Fernandez?
Yes, we also went to elementary school together.
And before September of 2022, do you know Catalina Puig?
Yes, we also went to elementary school together.
Are you still friends with Ms. Puig?
Yes,
Were you at Ocean Reef with the Pinos on the weekend of September 4th of 2022?
yes.
Tell us what you were doing in Ocean Reef that weekend.
It was little Sissy's 18th birthday, and the Pinos had taken us to celebrate for the weekend.
Were you involved in a boating accident that weekend?
Yes,
Did this accident occur when you were on your way back to Ocean Reef from a sandbar?
yes,
And before leaving the sandbar, did you spend some time there?
yes, we did.
Who was at the sandbar that day?
Like name everyone there, or
From
Okay.
what you remember, yes. Please.
George and Sissy mom, little Sissy, and some of the girls were Claudia, Pao Garcia, Camila, Katy, Lucy, Carolina, Coco, Mia.
Did some boys join you at the sandbar that day?
Yes,
Do you remember some of their names?
yes. Diego Suarez, Marco was there, Nicholas Garcia. That's pretty much who I remember.
Okay. Were you consuming alcohol that day at the sandbar?
Yes,
Do you know how many drinks you had?
I remember having 2 or 3. I don't remember feeling impaired or intoxicated.
And when you were at the sandbar, did you see Mr. Pino with any kind of alcoholic drink in his hand?
No, I did not see that.
And were you mostly spending time with your friends there?
Yes,
Okay. And when you were leaving the sandbar, were you on the boat with Mr. Pino?
yes,
Did Mr. Pino seem intoxicated to you in any way?
no,
Did he seem impaired to you in any way?
no.
And now that boat ride back from the sandbar heading back to Ocean Reef, do you remember where you were sitting on the boat?
I was sitting at the front of the boat. At the front.
Do you remember who was next to you?
I don't remember exactly who was next to me. I think Andrea Knopfler, maybe Pao Garcia.
Can you describe for us what that boat ride was like before the impact?
Yes, I remember leaving Billy's Point, which is the sandbar we were at, and driving to Ocean Reef. I remember we were listening to music and talking amongst each other.
The boat ride itself, was there anything unusual about the way that Mr. Pino was operating the boat?
No, I don't remember thinking that.
Tell us about the speed of the boat. How did that feel to you?
Well, I had gone on the boat with Mr. Pino many times before the accident, so I don't remember feeling it going any faster than our past trips.
I was about to ask you that as well. So September 4th, 2022, it was not your first time on a boat.
No,
Can you tell us how many times, ballpark, that you've been on a boat before?
yeah, my family doesn't have a boat, but some of our family friends, so maybe once a month, once every 2 months, I'd go on the boat.
And did this boat ride on September 4th, 2022 feel any different than other boat rides you've been on?
No,
Do you remember the weather conditions that day?
I remember it was clear skies, there wasn't a storm, sunny,
Do you remember how the water was?
pretty flat, I believe.
So that boat ride back to Ocean Reef, you said you were sitting down. Do you remember all the girls sitting down?
Yes, I do.
Was there anyone standing up at a point?
No,
And was anybody sitting on the gunnel of the boat, like the railing that goes around the boat?
no.
Tell us a little bit about what happened after the impact.
I remember it coming out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting it. I heard a loud hit. I believe I stayed on the boat, so I wasn't ejected. I heard some voices to jump into the water from the boat, so I jumped into the water. And then I remember seeing Big Ceci holding my friend Mia in the water. Mia had some blood on her. I remember Cami Alvarez close to me in the water as well. I remember Mr. Pino with his hands on the boat as it was tipped over at that point. And then a rescue boat came and I got onto that boat.
Okay, so I have a few follow-up questions. So you said at some point you were not ejected from the boat.
No.
You're sitting on the boat and you heard someone say jump.
Mhm.
Do you remember who said to jump?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if it was a female voice or a male voice?
I remember it being not just one voice, several voices, but I can't say female or male.
And before you were ejected from the boat, did you see Mr. Pino on the boat?
Yes, I remember for a split second after the accident seeing Mr. Pino laying between the console and the middle of the boat, and his eyes were closed as I remember. Again, it was a split second, so it was a little hazy, but I remember him, he had blood on his head, I think, and I remember thinking he was dead for that split second.
After you got on a Good Samaritan boat, did you see Mr. Pino again?
No. Oh, I guess later, I didn't see him in the water again, but I guess later in the day, he came around in one of the rescue boats.
And you testified earlier that you've known the Pino family, you've known Mr. Pino a long time.
Yes, I have.
Has Mr. Pino ever confused you for Lucy Fernandez before?
No, never.
One moment, Your Honor. No other questions, thank you.
So all the girls had wet hair. Some of them had hats on, sunglasses and stuff, and they all look alike, don't they? She's going to get out the diagram. We're going to get this filled out. Who's sitting where on the boat?
Hi. Good morning still.
Good morning.
My name is Laura Adams.
Nice to meet you.
I know it's not easy to be here, but thank you for being here. The attorney for George Pino asked you about if you were still friends with Kati Puig. Without getting into details, is she the same girl now that she was before that crash?
No,
Is she the same girl now as she was?
no,
On the day of this boat crash, was Kati able to walk around and talk and sing and dance?
yes,
Judge.
Thank you, Judge. The defense attorney asked you about who drove the boat up to the sandbar and back. I think you said his name was what?
George Pino.
Do you see that person in court today?
Yes,
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so our record is clear?
he's wearing a suit and a blue tie.
Okay.
Stipulate.
So stipulated.
Now, on the day that you all were having this party, it was to celebrate his daughter Ceci's upcoming 18th birthday, right?
Yes,
None of you guys were 21 yet at that point, right?
no,
But Mr. and Mrs. Pino had provided in a cooler drinks, including alcoholic drinks that you all wound up drinking that afternoon, right?
there was seltzers in the cooler. Yes,
And those seltzers had alcohol in them,
Yes.
right? And there was some beer in there too?
yes,
Okay. And the Pinos didn't say, hey, girls, this is off limits, not for you. They didn't do that, did they?
not that I remember. No.
Okay. And so you didn't feel any, fear that you were going to get into trouble for drinking those seltzers or beers, anything like that, did you?
No,
Okay. Now, were you there at that sandbar to hang out with George Pino and his wife?
we were there to celebrate Ceci's 18th birthday.
Were you there mostly though hanging out with your friends?
Yes,
So you're not like watching George Pino every minute to see how much, if any, alcohol he's drinking, are you?
I don't remember watching to see if he was drinking alcohol. No,
Okay. He wasn't your focus, right?
no,
Your friends were your focus.
yes, yeah,
Okay. Now, it's been a long time. You're not going to get in any trouble, okay? But that afternoon, do you think that you got to a point where you were like falling down drunk?
no.
Do you think maybe you felt a little buzzed from the alcohol?
Yeah, I remember having like two or three seltzers, so I felt a bit buzzed.
Okay. In your buzzed state, did you tell George Pino, hey, I want to check and see if you're impaired by alcohol?
No,
And do you think that maybe people who are buzzed are not the best shape to determine who else might be buzzed?
I don't know.
Okay. You've been in college.
Yes.
Have you seen people buzzed?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you all were coming back from the sandbar to get back to Ocean Reef, was music playing?
Yes, I remember.
What kind of music was it? Do you remember?
I don't remember exactly.
But it was loud enough that you could hear it even over the sound of the engines and the boat going through the waves, right?
Yeah, I remember hearing the music.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to show you an exhibit, and it's labeled as States Exhibit number 11.
Where were you seated?
Cartoon diagram sort of the boat and the different seats where people could be. Okay. Do you see on this exhibit a location where you remember that you were sitting when this boat crash happened?
I believe I was at 5 or 6.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, let's do this. We'll put arrow to both. Can you put your name on there?
Sure.
And I'm going to put a little question mark because you're not sure which of those two seats you're at.
I
Is
don't
that
remember
okay?
exactly.
Okay.
The
So pretty much where my finger's pointed to.
left side of the boat. I don't know what's, it's not starboard. I think starboard's on the right. I don't know what the other one. Port.
So, where you were seated on that vessel, if I were to put myself, let's say, here, in order for you to see what's in front of the boat, you'd have to turn around this way, right?
I'm sorry?
For you to see what was in front of the boat, given where you were seated, you'd have to turn and look kind of behind you to see what's in front of the boat, right?
In front of the boat, yes.
Okay.
I would have to turn to
So where you were seated, if you were looking across, you're looking kind of more toward where the back of the boat would
Yeah.
be, right?
Yes.
So as you're seated there, are you, looking around to see what's ahead of the boat, or are you kind of just looking at your fellow friends,
Yeah.
things like that?
I was looking at my friends. I wasn't looking.
Okay. And speaking of the friends that were on the boat, there's a seat number 9 and the name Lucy. Is that where you remember that Lucy was seated that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. After that crash, were you one of the girls that was brought by the police over to an island while, they were trying to sort out everything that had happened?
Yes.
And some of the other girls that were not badly injured were brought there too, right?
Yes.
And during that time, did you see the defendant at that island?
Yes.
And the police, they didn't have him in handcuffs, did they?
Not that I remember. No.
He was able to walk around, right?
Yeah.
Did you have any kind of interaction with him?
I think we had a brief interaction. I don't remember what it was about, but I remember seeing him.
Okay. And then I just wanted to ask you, I'm showing you a picture. It's in evidence, and it states exhibit number 1 in evidence. Is this your friend, Lucy?
Yes.
And you knew her for how long?
Since elementary school.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions for you. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
No redirect, Judge.
Very well, thank you. The witness is
Thank you.
excused.
I'm just turning down the court volume so your ears don't get blasted out. Oh, this feels so bad for everybody. It's a terrible tragedy. The reason why I get excited as to who was sitting on the boat where is because I don't know. I don't know who was sitting where. So I get excited to see who was where and who had what injuries. I mean, obviously, we know that Katie and Lucy were very close to each other. And I don't know where Mia was sitting, who was also injured. Okay, here we go.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Someone Rodriguez. Oh, I wonder if this is Mia's dad. Okay. We are number
Morning,
4.
sir.
Good morning.
State your name, please, for the record.
My name is Hamlet Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, my name is Mark Shapiro. I think you know that I represent George Pino. Is that correct?
Yes,
Prior to coming here to court today, do you know who George Pino is?
no,
Oh.
Have you ever met George Pino prior to September 4th, 2022?
no,
Do you recall where you were during the Labor Day weekend in September of 2022? That would have been September 3rd, I think, through September 5th.
yes.
And please tell the jury what.
I was spending a day on Elio Key with some friends on a boat.
And without telling us the last names of your
So not
friends, can you
Mia's
tell us what
family.
their first names are?
Yes, Marlene and Manny.
And Marlene and Manny are married, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when it was that, let me ask you, you said you spent the weekend with Marlene and Manny?
Yes, we were spending the weekend on the Killard.
Were you staying in a hotel with them, in a home, what kind of thing?
No, they own a property there.
Do you recall when it was that you arrived at Manny and Marlene's house that weekend?
Was Saturday, I think morning.
All right, so that would have been September 3rd then, is that right?
Yes,
Were there some plans that were made at any time Saturday with possibly going out on the water the next day, Sunday?
yes, we were planning to go on the boat.
Manny has a boat, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Was the plan that you and your wife and Manny and his wife would spend the day together on the boat?
Yes,
And you are married, is that correct?
33 years, still counting.
Right. Good. Not quite there yet, but, and what is your wife's name?
Ana Rodriguez.
All right, so plans are made to go out on Manny's boat Sunday morning or Sunday the next day. Were there any specific plans, if you recall, as to where you would be going, what you would be doing, that kind of thing?
Yeah, there's many places to go, but that day we decided to go to Elio Key, specifically to Billy's Point.
Had you been there before, Billy's Point?
Thousands of times.
Very popular place for
Yes,
boats, shallow water, correct? So people can get off the boat when they get there, right? Is that right?
yes, sir.
And it's only ever probably waist deep when it at its deepest point.
Objection,
Is that
lady.
right?
Don't even say, please. Okay.
It's a nice place to go to spend the day.
Yes.
Now, on your way back from Billy's Point, do you recall before leaving approximately what time you left Billy's Point?
It was around 6:40, 6:45 that we decided to go because we were having electrical problems at the boat.
Was there some, were the lights affected by this problem on the boat?
Yes.
And explain, if you will, for the jury, the significance of lighting on the boat. Which specific lights are you talking about?
Because we were an hour away from our destination, so we were planning to go before the sun come down.
And what is your understanding as to the lighting requirement on boats when the sun goes down?
Yes,
What's your understanding of what you need to do?
yeah, we need lights to be able to go on a boat at night.
That's so other boats can see you for safety reasons, right?
Objection, lady.
Don't leave.
Did at some point, do you recall the route that you took back to Key Largo from Billy's Point to Key Largo?
Yeah, we were going to the channel, going to from Elio Key to the Keys. So that's what we saw the incident. At the moment we arrived, there were one boat. It was very crowded. They have many people on it, and there was another boat that was upside down, and the man it was a man hanging there. As soon as we arrived there, the other boat was shouting to us as shut down the engines, shut down the engines.
Let me just stop you for a moment. This other boat, had you ever seen that other boat before?
No, only that day.
Did you make any assumptions as to who the people were on this other boat?
I have no clue.
Did you see people in the water as you drove up to the area?
I saw a man hanging to the boat that was upside down.
Did you see on this other boat anyone who you thought might have been passengers on this boat that had been turned over?
The only thing that I saw was the boat was crowded. It was too many people on that boat. I have no idea what's going on. I thought it was an accident that just occurred.
Can you describe the way the boat that the man was hanging on to? Was it still floating or was it
No, it
turned
was
over?
upside down.
So that the bottom of the boat is facing up, is that right?
Yes.
When you see this man hanging from the side of the boat, did you recognize that person?
No,
Had no idea who that person was?
no,
Did you even know if it was a man or a woman?
no, I saw it was a man.
What did you do at that point?
As soon as that we arrived, when they would start shouting again, shut down the engines, it's because there was somebody's missing. I have no idea what's going on. So we shut down the engines and we start drifting again with the boat. There was an accident. My friend Marlene started shouting, "Look under the boat! Look under the boat! Under the boat!"
Who is she shouting to?
To the guy who was hanging on the boat.
And just for reference, Marlene is Manning's wife.
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
So he went on the boat, and we were approximately 50 feet away.
Who went under the boat? Who went
Miss-
under the boat?
The guy was hanging into the boat.
All right.
So when he went in, he brought someone, and I jumped into the ocean right away, trying to help him. And as soon as I approached to him, he passed me the person. I have no idea who I was saving.
So just to break it down a bit, Marlene, when Marlene was shouting to look under the boat, what did you see the person who was hanging on to the boat do?
He went under the boat right away.
And after this person goes under the boat right away, what is the next thing that you see this person do?
When he went on the boat, he came out. I jumped into the ocean. I didn't think. I react.
When the person came back to the surface, was this person holding another person?
Yes.
Could you tell if the person that was being held was a woman or a man, child, teenager, anything like that?
When I approached to him when I was swimming and he passed me the person is when I find out it was a girl.
Did you swim all the way to where the man was by his boat?
Yes.
And when you reached the man by his boat, what happened at that point?
When he passed me the girl, when I was found out, I tried to help her in a way because I used to be a swimmer and play a lot of water polo when I was a kid. So I knew how to manage. So I put her arm into my other arm and lifted her head so she will not drown. And I was trying to swim where the other boat that was crowded, that was on the way, but the current was so strong, I couldn't handle it anymore. So I was drinking a lot of water until the other boat came to me and they hacked into my right hand and took me to the end of the boat to take the girl into their boat.
When you say that you were drinking water, does that mean salt water?
Yes.
And you mentioned another boat. Can you be a little bit more specific? There was a large boat with a lot of people on it. Are you saying there was yet another boat that approached?
Objection leading.
Just trying to set the stage.
Well, I was swimming without to see where I was going specifically because I was trying to be away from the boat that was in the accident, and I knew there was a boy. The boat was coming into my direction of where I was. So as soon as he hung in my right arm, that's why right away I had a feeling that they were helping me.
All right, so just again, this other boat, you said there was somebody in that boat that grabbed your arm?
Yeah, the boat that was crowded with full of people.
Which boat are we talking about here? Are we talking about the large boat that was full of people?
Yes.
That came to you?
Yes.
Or the smaller boat came to you and grabbed you?
No, it was a small boat. It was not a bigger boat.
Someone on that small boat came and took you by the arm, is that
Yes.
right? And what happened when they took you by the arm?
They took me at the end of the boat, but right away I was telling, please, put the engine in neutral because I was going into the back. So I was afraid that, it was cause something else. So they grabbed the girl, Lucy, and right away I pushed myself out of it until my friends came to pick me up.
You mentioned Lucy. Did you know the name of the girl that you were helping at that point?
No, I knew Lucy. I knew it was Lucy the next day.
How did you find out the name was Lucy the next day?
When I wake up, my phone was ringing nonstop. There was a lot of people calling me because there were some friends at Ocean Reef that were at the moment that weekend. They were communicating with my wife that night she stayed because when we arrived at the Keys, I didn't want to stay at the Keys. I didn't feel good at it. So I told my wife, I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. So I went home that night around 8 and 9 o'clock, and I went to bed right away. So the next day there were a few friends calling me to asking me what happened because I didn't know what was going on. And I find out that Lucy was the Angelito Anteres' granddaughter. By the way, I know them very well. They were my neighbors.
So the granddaughter of the individuals that you spoke about, are they related to they're obviously we're talking about the Fernandez family, is that correct?
Yes.
Let me take you back to having handed Lucy off into this other boat.
Yeah.
After Lucy was placed onto the other boat, what did you do at that point?
I pushed myself out of the boat. I started swimming in the middle until my friend came to pick me up. I was so tired. I was feeling so terrible about what's going on because it was a girl, and there's so many things that came into my mind at that time. When he came to my friend boat, they gave me water. I was so thirsty because I was drinking so much salt water. I told them, hey guys, our job is done here. We cannot do anything else. We are an hour away from home. We need to go. We have no lights. So we decided to go.
So you left before police arrived to take any information?
Yes, it was like around 5, 6 or 7 minutes past 7.
Please go back to the witness, not the family. Cameraman, change view.
Mr. Rodriguez, did there come a point that when you learned the identity of the man that was hanging on the boat and eventually handed you Lucy Fernandez? Did there come a time?
Yes, the next day.
Okay. And who was that person?
Mr. George Pino.
Other than seeing Mr. George Pino at the boat that day, did you see him at any other time since?
No,
Would you be able to recognize him if you saw him today, for example?
yes,
Do you see him in this courtroom?
yes,
Please point out and describe a piece of clothing that he's wearing.
yeah, we have a blue tie and a black tie, suit.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure that must have been a really traumatic event for you.
Yes,
Have you replayed that day in your mind over and over again?
yes,
Now, the defendant that you identified here, he didn't immediately go under the boat to look for Lucy, did he?
he did right away.
Once you told him to.
No, I didn't talk to him. It was Marlene, the one that was screaming.
When he hears Marlene screaming, he goes under the boat?
Yes,
Were there other people nearby that were also telling him to go under the boat?
means other people who.
Like other people in other boats that were yelling to him to look under the boat?
We were the second boat there. It was only the boat was carrying the girls and us. I didn't see any other boat.
Okay, so, in the moments that you're looking at this man,
Mhm.
you don't notice if there's another boat with a couple of men on it telling him to look under the boat?
No,
Okay. Now, when you jump into the water after you see him pull Lucy out from underneath the boat, he hands Lucy to you.
yes,
So you're the one that actually saves her to the extent that you get her to another vessel, right?
yes,
And once she gets on that vessel, do you notice if people start trying to do CPR on her?
no.
Did you leave before anybody started doing CPR on her?
I was not be able to see anything inside of the boat. I was in the water.
And at any point in time, did the girl who you were taking from where that boat that was upside down, did she ever appear to be awake or aware of what was going on?
No,
No other questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, this is excused.
thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you, sir.
Okay, I'm not sure what the purpose of that witness was. It didn't go well for the defense, to my opinion. I don't know.
Do you have another witness you'd like to call?
Yes. David Rodriguez.
What's the name, sir?
David Rodriguez.
So we're on David Rodriguez. And I apologize. I made the assumption that the Rodriguez was Mia's family, and there are more than one Rodriguez. So, all right, Mr. David Rodriguez.
So please keep your voice up. Microphone's this way. Where is this space now? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is David Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, you know that I'm Mark Shapiro and I represent George Pino, is that right?
I do.
You and I, prior to today, have had some interaction in connection with this case, correct?
Correct, yes.
By the way, Mr. Rodriguez, did you happen to notice the gentleman that was walking out of the courtroom as you were walking in?
I saw a gentleman going out here.
His last name is Rodriguez as well. Is there any familial relationship with that person?
No.
So just coincidence of the last names?
Yeah.
Mr. Rodriguez, are you a boater?
I am.
Would you consider yourself an avid boater?
Yeah, I think I am.
What type of, do you own a boat?
Yes,
Did you own a boat in September of 2022?
yes,
Now, you have a cousin who owns a boat as well, is that correct?
that is correct.
And do you recall if you were actually on a boat during the Labor Day weekend in September of 2022?
Yes, I was using my cousin's boat.
Can you describe what your cousin's boat looks like, the make and model, if you know?
It's a 30-foot Cobra Cat. It's a center console, twin engine.
Do you recall what color it is?
It's white.
Does your cousin still own the boat?
Yes,
And do you know where your cousin stores or keeps that boat?
at his house.
In Miami?
Yeah, Miami.
On September 4th, 2022, do you recall being in the Upper Keys area, Key Largo area, Isla Mirada?
Yes, Island Routing.
What were you doing that day?
I was in the sandbar.
Was somebody with you?
Yeah, a friend of mine.
A young lady?
Yes, correct.
Do you recall approximately when you got to that sandbar that day, more or less?
Probably like at 9 a.m.
Now, being that you were on your cousin's boat and that boat is kept at his house, how was it or where was it that you put his boat in the water?
He launched the boat on Crandon Park Marina.
Trailered it over there?
That's correct.
From Crandon Marina, you drove the boat to Isla Mirada.
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how long or how much time you spent in Isla Mirada that day?
Since the morning that I was there, the whole day, probably to like 5:30.
You recall what the conditions, the weather conditions and sea conditions were that day?
It was like a very clear day, perfect seas, perfect day, basically.
How would you describe the performance capabilities of your cousin's boat that you were on that day?
It's like a high performance center console. It's pretty fast compared to regular boats.
How many engines are on that boat?
Twin 400 horsepower engines.
What do you think the top speed is of that boat? If somebody wanted to open it up.
Probably 80, the 80s.
I realize it's your cousin's boat, but have you ever driven that boat at 80 miles per hour?
I have, yes.
Do you recall if on September 4th, 2022, at any time, you got anywhere near that speed?
Not around that speed, but the 60s.
So between Crandon Marina and your destination at Isla Mirada, at some point were you cruising in the 60 mile per hour range?
Yeah, for a couple minutes maybe, and average speed 50 miles per hour, 55 miles per hour.
Was there anything about the weather conditions that made it unsafe on that day with those conditions to drive at that speed?
No, it was like a beautiful day, you know.
May I approach you on?
Specifically in that channel, were you doing 60 miles per hour? And did you see the channel markers? Obviously, you didn't crash into them.
Showing you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit A16, A17, A18, A19, and A20. I'd ask you to take a look at all of these exhibits and let the jury know if you recognize what's depicted in these photographs.
Yes, that's the picture of my cousin's boat, his house.
And is this the boat that we've been talking about this morning that you were on the day of September 4th?
That is correct.
And do these pictures accurately reflect what your cousin's boat looked like on September 4th? It's 2022.
They do, it has different motors in that picture and the date of the incident, but yeah, it's the same boat.
So the motors on the date of the incident versus when these photographs were taken, what is the difference between the motors?
These are more modern engines, more powerful, but that's about it. Everything else is the same.
What about the color? The color
Yeah.
of the.
Yes, these engines, the other engines were white and these were black.
So the engines pictured in defense exhibits A16 through A20 are black engines. And,
That's right.
and the engine colors on the boat on September 4th were white. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes, you may.
I'm sorry. Oh, yes, if there's no objection, I'll move these into evidence.
Without objection.
See what's been previously marked
You can make it a
for
composite. too.
identification.
No?
As defense, A16 is now defense exhibit M.
And Ms. Mary?
M as in Mary. At A17, defense exhibit N, as in Nancy. A18, defense exhibit O. A19, defense exhibit P. A20, defense exhibit Q.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, these state's exhibits that you just looked at, these are pictures of the back of the boat, correct?
That is correct.
Defense. And there's also one of these exhibits, Defense Exhibit Q, which give sort of a lengthwise view of the vessel. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point that day, you and your friend decided to head back north to go home. Is that right?
Yes.
Was the route that you took on your way back home the same route that you took on your way down to the Keys?
That is correct, yes.
And what was that route?
I left Crandon and I all intercoastal, went under the Carson Bridge and all the way to Isla Morada by the intercoastal on the bay side.
So then on the way back, the same route, is that correct?
Exactly the same route.
At some point, you start to near the area known as Cutter Bank, is that right?
Correct.
Were you coming, there was a channel at Cutter Bank, isn't there?
That's yes, correct.
At what point are you able to see the channel at Cutter Bank that day?
Once you go under the Carson Bridge heading north, you can see it. It's probably 2 or 3 miles out, but you can see from far, you can see, I guess it means I know the direction already, so I'm looking for it, but to get close, it's not very visible from that length, but you can see it, yeah.
Do you recall what speed you were cruising at while you were at Cart Sound?
Probably like 55.
Same speed that you were cruising at on the way down,
Yes.
more or less?
Yes.
And, pardon me, was there something that caught your attention before you reached the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes, when I passed Carson and I was driving maybe 2 minutes after I passed Carson, 2 or 3 minutes, I saw the keel of the boat, the bottom of the boat from far away. And I figured somebody had capsized or had an accident. So I sped up to where the boat that I was looking at.
So from 55 mile an hour cruising, more or less, you increased speed from that point?
Yeah, I went like 70 after that.
Were the conditions at that point of the day safe enough for you to cruise or drive your boat at 70 miles per hour?
Yes, there were.
Had the conditions not been safe enough to cruise at that speed, would you have done so?
No, I would have not.
So at 70 miles per hour, you are now heading toward the area where you see a keel of a boat. Is that right?
Yes,
Did it appear, it seems obvious that there was a capsized vessel? Is that what you were seeing?
yes,
From your position, when you first saw the capsized vessel, you were unable to, were you able to see anybody in the water or around this capsized vessel?
not from the distance on.
At some point, did you get close enough that you were able to see people in the water?
Yes, when I approached, yeah.
And in fact, were there people in the water as you approached?
Yes,
How many roughly?
there was mostly girls, teenage girls. In the moment, I didn't know how many, but around 10, 11 girls.
Did it appear to you, Mr. Rodriguez, that you had arrived within minutes of this accident having happened?
I figured yes, because everybody was still swimming, and it was like chaos. Everybody was screaming, and so I figured I was fairly a couple minutes before it happened.
At some point, did you have any interaction with someone who later became known to you as George Pino?
Not at the moment on the road.
Describe to us what you did in the moments or minutes before having interaction with Mr. Pino.
When I arrived to the scene, the other girls were in the water, and there was a lady, and she was telling me that there was a missing girl. So I started, I didn't even speak to her. I just started looking for the girl, like idling in the boat, going with the current. More or less, I figured the current had taken her, so I'm idling around looking for her.
Could you describe what this woman looked like who told you that there was someone missing?
I don't remember exactly her face, but I know she was bleeding. I remember the blood in her forehead.
Did this female person look to be a mature woman or a teenager?
No, I'm not sure.
After hearing this mature woman say that there's someone missing, what did you do?
I started idling in the boat, going in circles, going with the current, trying to spot the girl that was missing.
At some point, did you come into contact with someone who you believe was the operator of the boat?
Yes, after the girl was found, yes.
And what did you have any interaction with that person?
Yes, I did.
Did you at any time find out the identity of who that person was, who you believe the operator was?
Yes, when I rescued him.
Let's talk about your efforts to rescue this person.
Okay.
First of all, did you ever find out the name of this person at some point afterward?
After the accident?
Yeah,
Yes.
or after you rescued? I think you mentioned that a few moments ago. Is that right?
Well, after our rescue, I didn't know his name exactly, but I spoke to him.
All right. So we'll get there in a moment, but describe for the jury what was involved with you rescuing the operator of the boat.
He was hanging from his boat, and the current has taken him far from the scene of the accident. So he was far away from me. I don't know exactly the feet, but maybe like 150 feet already. The current had taken him, and I saw that he was getting away, and everybody was, well, the girls obviously in the incident, and at the same time that I was looking at him, I was calling the cops at the same time. So I didn't know if somebody called cops or reported the incident. So I started heading towards him, and I told him to get on the boat.
Let me stop you right there for a moment. You mentioned a moment ago that this person was hanging from the boat. Can you describe a little bit more precisely what you mean by that?
He was hanging, the boat was capsized, and he was hanging like from the gun of the boat, from the side of the boat, with his two hands like that.
I see. Was anyone else hanging onto the capsized boat as well?
No,
Just this individual, is that right? And you could tell that it was a male person?
that's correct.
Did you have any communication, oral communication with this person?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about that.
I was telling him to get on the boat because the current was taking him, and
Did he respond to you when you told him to get on the boat?
at first, no, I had to like kind of like talk loud to him, like, "Hey, get on the boat."
What was his reaction when you told him to get on your boat?
He looked like very in shock,
Very what, I'm sorry?
like in shock, like he wouldn't, he was like in shock.
Did it seem to you as if he was comprehending what you were saying to him?
Yes, yes.
And can you describe in your, from your view, what it means to be looking like he's in shock?
He was just hanging from the boat, and he was like crying. So I figured it was, and some big accident happened. So I figured he was in shock.
Did eventually he come onto your boat?
Yes, he did.
How much effort did you have to make, or how many times did you have to ask this person to come onto your boat before he finally did?
Like twice, because when I asked him the first time, he didn't answer, and then I asked him again, and he was asking for if all the girls were okay. And I told him, get on the boat. All the girls are okay. Get in the boat. And then he started swimming to the boat.
So before he would get into your boat, he wanted to know if all the girls were okay.
Yes, he did ask me about the girls.
Mr. Rodriguez, I want to refer you again to these pictures of the boat that you were on that day. Is it easy to get in that boat from the water?
It's really not. It's really not that easy to get on the boat.
Your Honor, may Mr. Rodriguez step down?
Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, I'm handing you what is Defense Exhibit M. Just to hold this up. You can use my pen as a pointer if you like. What I want to ask you is if you can orientate the jury a little bit to the configuration of the back portion of your cousin's boat. First of all, these are the two engines I'm pointing at, the two black. That's pretty obvious, right? Right. Can you tell me what this steel-looking bar is and what it does?
This is a tie bar. So what it does is helps the motors steer evenly. So one motor doesn't steer more than the other when you turn at high speed.
When the boat is in the water, does this tie bar remain above the water or does it go below the water?
No, it remains like the water, like 6 inches above the water.
So while this boat is floating in the water and it's still, there's 6 inches between the surface of the water and the steel bar, is that correct?
That is correct.
I presume the steel bar is not flexible in any way, is that correct?
No, it's a full stainless steel solid bar.
Now does your cousin's boat have an entrance ladder or an entrance ramp?
This will be a little platform here at the entrance.
Okay, I'm gonna show you a larger picture. This is Defense Exhibit Defense Exhibit M that we've been looking at. And now I'm gonna show you Defense Exhibit N, which is a little bit of a closer shot. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And still closer, I'm going to show you what is Defense Exhibit O. And that's probably the closer shot even of this entrance ramp, is that right?
That's correct.
So is there any way to get on your cousin's boat other than using this ladder, this ramp?
No, that's the entrance.
Now there is a device under the what would you describe that as? A
Swim platform.
swim platform. So there's a device under the swim platform. Is that right?
Correct.
Is that movable at all?
Yes, this is, you push it down with your hand, with your foot, you get it on it, and automatically it retreats back once you climb into the swim lane.
So let me show you what is in evidence as defense exhibit P. As compared to defense exhibit O. And please describe for the jury what we are seeing in defense exhibit P.
The swim platform has this, little step on the bottom, similar to, you're not familiar, like this. So you put your foot on it, and you press on it, and then step down, and automatically retreat back into this position once you let go.
Now, when an individual wants to get onto your cousin's boat, they would have to do so from the rear portion of the boat, correct?
That's correct.
Where the engines are,
Correct.
where the tie bar is between the two engines, correct?
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, describe for the jury physically what a person would have to do if they're trying to get onto this boat from in the water.
You have to, get into the front bar, like, kind of like on the water. And then you have to hang, like in deep water or wherever, you have to hang from the hatch. You see how two little handles here, like two little holes in the swim platform? You grab there very tight with your foot, and kind of, you gotta be strong, so you get up, because you don't have an actual grab bar.
So what you're saying is that, whoops. What you're saying is that once the step is deployed, there's no grab bar on the hull of the boat itself anywhere. Is that right?
No.
So is it an awkward angle to grab anywhere on the deck in order to lift yourself up? And why is that?
Because your body, you're putting yourself, and then you're here. And you gotta push yourself kind of up, and then grab into the top of the boat. But first you gotta push yourself up. But yeah, it's kind of a little hard to get in.
Are you familiar with ladders getting into other center console boats, for example? Are there typically easier ways to get in boats?
They are.
This is not one of them, is that right?
No.
Do you have any idea why this step, this deck here is designed this way for this boat?
We did it, it was like a more 40 lift. So that was the reason for the lift.
Okay. So you gotta be, there's a method then in order to get into that boat. Is that right?
That is correct.
You may return to your seat. At some point, did the operator get onto your boat or your cousin's boat?
Yes, he did.
And how did he get on the boat?
He got on by the swim platform that we're talking about.
And he did it in the manner in which you just described for the jury?
Yes, he did.
Was the operator able to negotiate the steel bar between the two engines?
Yes,
He did that successfully?
yes,
Was he able to deploy the step on the swim platform?
yes. I gave him instructions how to get in but he did it after I told him where the step was.
So he followed your instructions that were given.
That is correct.
And was he able to physically leverage himself onto the swim deck as you described to the jury a few moments ago?
Yes,
Now, once this individual is on the swim deck, again, it's depicted in Defense Exhibit O, how was the individual able to get into your boat?
yeah. Once he got in the swim platform, he pushed himself up. He just stepped into the boat.
Did you observe any difficulty that this person?
Okay, I had to pause for a second. I'm not sure what they're going with this. If he's saying that he's capable, so the guy is describing that it's difficult to get onto the boat. If George Pino is concussed or is obviously he's bleeding, he's having some issues physically, but he was physically able to get on this difficult boat. That doesn't go well for the defense.
Had getting into the boat?
No, I didn't.
Did you notice any difficulty that this person had swimming under the steel tie bar as he was approaching the ladder?
No,
Did you notice any difficulty that this person had getting onto the swim deck itself before getting into your boat?
no,
Once this individual was inside your boat, did you notice, did he have any injuries?
yes, he had a cut in his head and he was bleeding. Once he came into the boat, that's when I saw it.
Do you recall whether you or your friend that was on the boat with you, do you recall if anybody gave this person any first aid for the cut on his head?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury what you did.
When he stepped into the boat, he was facing me, obviously, and I didn't see any injuries. So I checked him. He was kind of like nervous. So I checked him and I turned his head around and he was bleeding in the back of his head.
What type of first aid did you provide once you noticed he was bleeding from his head?
I had a towel next to me and I put the towel on his head and put pressure on it.
Did you attempt to clean the wound?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I put pressure in the towel and cleaned it and took the towel to look again and he was bleeding. So I hold the towel there and hold it for him there.
Were you able to resolve the bleeding at that point?
After, I'll say like 5 minutes of me holding it out, the bleeding slowed down there.
Mr. Rodriguez, did you have any preconceived notions as to how this accident might have happened before the individual got onto your boat?
I figured they had hit the piping, but that was about it. Yeah.
Did you have in your mind why this operator might have hit the pilot?
Normally when that happens is somebody's impaired or drinking or that type of thing comes to your head, that's my thing. That's what I thought.
That's what you thought at the time.
Yes.
With that in mind, were you making any sort of specific observations to either confirm in your mind that this person was impaired by something or to discount that altogether?
To be honest, I did.
And what did you do?
When I was cleaning him, I got really like on purpose close to him because I figured that he was probably drinking and I trying to smell something, I guess, just to be curious. And that's what I did.
Did you notice an odor of alcoholic beverage coming from this person?
No, I didn't.
Did this person appear to be unsteady on their feet while they were in your boat?
No.
And were you speaking with this individual?
Yes.
And was this individual speaking back to you?
Yes.
Did you notice if this individual had slurred speech?
No.
Was there anything about this individual, after paying attention to him for this reason, that led you to believe that he might have been impaired by alcohol?
No.
At the point that this person was on your boat with you, had any police vessels arrived?
No.
In fact, you had to call just to make sure that someone in fact called the police. Is that right?
I asked, after I got there, other boats started getting there and there was like a commotion going on. So I screamed, asked anybody call 911? And everybody was like, not answering. So I called 911.
Do you recall at some point that day a helicopter flying overhead?
Yes.
And how long after you brought the individual onto your boat did you notice the helicopter overhead, roughly?
Roughly like 15 minutes.
And this person remained on your boat with you and your friend for 15 minutes?
And more than that.
For those 15 minutes between the time that he got onto your boat to the time that you saw the helicopter, he remained on your boat at that.
That is correct.
Do you recall taking any videotape of this person while he was on your boat?
Yes,
Mr. Rodriguez, you and I met earlier today so that I could show you what a videotape or what a video was on this particular thumb drive. Is that right?
that's right.
Did you have a chance to look at this video and view it for yourself?
Yes,
I'm handing you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit A15 for identification purposes. How do you know that this is the thumb drive that you viewed with me earlier today?
I
The state
did.
has no objection to it just being admitted.
Okay.
No objection. Let the clerk mark.
A15, mark for identification, now Defense Exhibit R.
Thank you. I'm going to get this queued up if that's all right, Your Honor. Just hold on for a second. Mr. Rodriguez, do you recall what your reasoning was or why it was that you took videotape?
I just took the video because the helicopter was like at the top of the boat. And I took a short video. I didn't want to on the phone.
This was with your iPhone?
That's correct.
I'm assuming it's an iPhone. Was it an iPhone?
It was.
All right. If you wouldn't mind stepping down for a moment. How long is this video, more or less? Come on over here. So you can see it. Whenever you're ready, folks. All right, for a second. Can you move that? Just quickly, Mr. Rodriguez, just to follow up what you said earlier today.
So you can see it was clear. The sun is out, so you can see things clear as day.
Engines in this picture are white. Is that right? And that's the only difference between this boat. Correct. The only difference is between the boat as it was then, September 4th, and then as it is when those pictures were taken. That's it. All right, go ahead. One other thing. You see this boat in the background here?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you know any of the individuals on that boat?
No,
Did you have any interaction with the individuals on that boat that day that you recall?
I don't recall. I don't exactly remember the boat, but it's a similar boat to the one that got next to me when we were looking for the girl that was missing.
This is the video that you took. That was a quick video, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We'll play one more. Mr. Rodriguez, the individual that is standing in the video in Defense Exhibit R, that's the individual that you rescued from the water, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see that individual in court today?
Yes.
And will you please identify him?
Yeah.
Gentleman in a blue suit with a blue tie?
That is correct.
We'll stipulate that's George Pino.
So identified.
So, this is Mr. Pino, of course. In addition to the head wound that you mentioned earlier, were there any other injuries that you noticed?
That was the biggest injury that I noticed. If you see in the picture, you can see like a hump inside there.
Why don't you show your
Right here. You see kind of white. And you can see like the head was, when I was behind him, you can see the cut there. He had that big bump in his head.
So there was a large bump
Yes.
on his head. Were you able to see into the laceration itself, into the cut itself?
No,
put the towel and hold the blood, but I could see it was a decent sized cut, yeah.
And again, the video, the timing, from a timing perspective, that helicopter had not yet evacuated anyone at that point. Is that correct?
No,
Do you know if that helicopter ever evacuated anyone from that accident scene?
not the helicopter.
There was an evacuation, how?
The helicopter dropped a first responder, I guess, paramedic, and they left on a boat after that.
Mr. Rodriguez, is there a timestamp on that video that we just saw?
I'll have to look at my phone or find the video. That was a while back.
Okay. Do you have your iPhone with you today?
Yeah.
Judge, may I ask the witness to look for that? Just don't check on it.
Yeah, that was my question. At what time was that?
I have a lot of pictures from that time. You know.
Well,
Let me
not only
see
that,
if I
it
can
was
find it.
what, 3 years ago, 2022, 4 years ago? Oh my gosh, bad math. 4 years ago. 6 minus 2 is 4, right? Approximately, give or take a couple of
That's
months.
September 4th, 2022, of course.
Nothing like doing it in real
I
time, is
have
there?
the pictures here for the date, but I don't know why it's not giving me the correct time. It's saying I took the picture at 10 a.m. and it's obviously in the afternoon.
Well,
Oh, I found another picture has the time on it.
what does the time say?
This picture says when I went to rescue him. A picture that I have, it says 7:04, but I don't see the time on the helicopter review.
All right, so if that's all around the general time frame that you rescued Mr. Pino from the water, we're talking about 7:04.
I'm sorry, I found the video. It's 7:14.
7:14.
Yeah.
Now, that video at 7:14, Mr. Pino had already been on your boat for 15 minutes, I think you said. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, so the photo, the picture that you just mentioned, that is timestamp 7:04, that probably is closer in time to when you actually rescued Mr. Pino from the water, correct?
Objection pleading.
Rephrase your question.
Sure. Can you give an estimate based on viewing the pictures that you just looked at as to what the time was when Mr. Pino got onto your boat?
Well, now I saw the time, but in the moment I'm not keeping track of the time. But after I took that picture of him in the water, like before I rescued him, like 2 minutes after he was on the boat.
All right. You mentioned 7:04. Does that sound right? That's
Yes.
what the picture says anyway.
Yes.
At some point that day, did you deliver Mr. Pino to a police boat?
Yes.
And after delivering Mr. Pino to the police boat, did you have any further involvement that day with this accident?
No.
Stand by. We'll just get this back from you. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I don't have further questions.
Let me answer Ms. Adams.
Yes.
Can you give me a approximate idea?
3 minutes
Oh,
ish. Hi, Mr.
This is gonna be
Rodriguez.
about 3 minutes.
I want to ask you a question. When you were scrolling through your phone, can you go back in your photo log to the different images you took from that day for us?
Yes.
Okay, would you do that?
Oh boy, she knows something we don't know.
Yeah, I have like 3 pictures.
Okay. Do you mind if I look?
No, not at all.
Okay.
You see in the picture?
Okay. You got to keep your voice up. I'm sorry. I know I'm close to you, but
You can see in the picture Mr. Pino
Okay.
hanging from the boat.
all right. What else do you have?
I have another picture. This is the video you just watched.
Yes.
This when I was on somewhere. And this is the other picture, basically the same, just different angle.
Okay. Your Honor, I want to just for demonstrative purposes, see if you can show that image, please, to the jurors.
Okay.
May the witness step down? Yes. And we'll probably have to do it twice because your phone's not too long, okay?
What about the at-home players? We aren't gonna be able to see this.
And is it possible
Oh.
to see where the person that was holding onto the boat is? Can you,
Oh.
You know, stretch it out so we can see.
It shows George holding onto the boat, but it's still very hard to see. I'll see if I can capture it when we have a break. Almost looks like a shark in the water, right? But the whole boat is under, right? Only the part of the top of the boat is
When you
up.
first see something in the distance that lets you think, oh my goodness, there's maybe an emergency there. About how long does it take you to get from where you are to the scene of that emergency?
5 minutes.
Okay, so from 5 minutes away, you were able to see signs of people being in distress, right?
Yeah,
And you wanted to get there as quickly as you could because you wanted to help.
that is correct.
Now, even though you were going pretty fast, you weren't even going at the top speed that your cousin's boat could go at that time, were you?
Almost.
Close to it,
Yeah,
because you wanted to help somebody.
that's correct.
You weren't going there because you wanted to go have a dinner party, were you?
No,
And you didn't crash in anything on the way getting to help somebody, did you?
no.
Okay, nothing else.
Nothing further, Judge?
oh,
Nothing.
very well. Thank you.
Thank
sir.
you.
You're excused.
They're probably going to take a break here in a second.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take our
Yeah.
lunch break at this time. Please put your notepads inside your envelopes. Until 2:15, so 5 minutes to 1, right now, 2:15.
Oh,
We'll return to the jury room on the 7th floor after lunch. Please do not discuss this case with each other. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Or with anyone else. Please, no research or investigation. If you see any of us outside of this courtroom, we're gonna ignore you. If you have any issues or concerns, please bring them to Renee's attention. Reminding everyone in the courtroom, anyone wearing a juror badge, please stay away from. And if you're discussing the case, please find a quiet, private place to have those conversations. All right, very well. We'll see you at 2:15. If you'd all wait in the courtroom just for a moment for the jury room.
I went ahead and I made the volume a little bit less because they're going in and out and it's really loud, etc. All right, so we can talk about things. We can chat now. We can't chat when the court is going on. All right, what do you think though so far? So if you are just joining in earlier this morning, well, yesterday the prosecution rested. The defense got up and said, "Judge, oh, no, let's see. I don't think, hang on, let me see if she's putting anything on the record.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be on lunch break until 2:15. Thank you.
Okay, you just basically tell them what time they're coming back. Okay. So sorry, my clock's going off. It's gonna chime 12. All right. So yesterday, the prosecution rested. The defense got up as they normally do and said, "Hey, judge, the prosecution didn't meet their burden. This isn't he wasn't negligent. Blah 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 blah. Case law," and argued that the case shouldn't go any further. And we weren't sure what the judge was going to do. Well, we were waiting this morning for about an hour before court started. Judge came on the bench and she denied their request for acquittal. She said, in the light most favorable to the prosecution, we're going to continue, which is exactly what happens at this juncture. So the defense started off by they first recounted Lieutenant Paul Albler, who was on yesterday. He was the expert for the prosecution. He's a very experienced boater, was a police officer, gave out tickets, he said, if you had issues. But he said he wouldn't give a ticket to somebody if their flares were expired. Also, it is not a crime not to have your life vests on. So, he was sort of waning back and forth. But I believe, based upon his testimony and the way that he was going, was that George Pino caused the accident and should be held liable. That was the expert for the prosecution. They talked a little bit about the tide, but then when the prosecution got up and asked him questions, basically everything was just a wash, right? I felt like the scales were back to zero. It wasn't obstructed. If you get to 13A, it's not obstructed to 15 when you get to it. We're talking about the channel markers. The tide had nothing to do with it. The sun had nothing to do with it. Is it possible that when the girls were on what I call like the hull of the boat, I'm sure it's called something else, and they were waving their hands, was that an obstruction for him? The answer is, if it was, then it was his responsibility, George Pino's responsibility, to tell them not to do that because he couldn't see. The other thing that the defense sort of alluded to was that perhaps maybe there was something on the windscreen, the windshield, that might have obstructed his view. They didn't really get to it. They just kind of alluded to it yesterday. The prosecution asked their expert if there was anything on the windshield. That would be up to the operator of the boat to make sure that there's no obstruction, that it needs to be completely clear. To maintain the safety of the boat, it is up to the driver of the boat. Did George Pino safely do what he was supposed to do when he wasn't supposed to? Let's see. Nicole says, it feels like these witnesses have been bought. Check their bank accounts. They've been paid. It is quite possible that they have been paid. But remember, when they're on the stand, they're supposed to tell the truth. And then you can get perjury charges on you if you don't tell the truth. What else? Then we had Claudia Porto Carrero. Her mom is cousins with Pino's mom. So they're family members. You can weigh what you think in her testimony, whether or not you feel like her testimony has been paid or whether or not, she's a family member saying what she's supposed to say. But then the next girl testified, Natalia Reed. She pretty much said the same thing that Claudia did. And same with Cammie, when Cammie testified, as well as who's the other girl? Caro Monterey, when Caro testified. They all basically said, they're not paying attention to George. When they're out there with their friends. They're not paying to George and Big CC. They're not seeing if they're drinking or whatever. They're with their friends. They're on the water. They're having fun, etc. They're not checking to see who's drinking, who isn't. But I did like what the prosecutor said was, Okay, but did you expect for Mr. Pino to get you back safely from the sandbar to the destination you were going to? Answer is yes. Did he do that? Answer is no. All right, Hamlet Rodriguez testified about that he and his friends arrived upon the scene. He jumped into the water and to get Lucy from George Pino and took her to the boat. The boat took her, and then, as we know, the helicopter was unable to rescue her from the boat. They ended having to go to shore for the helicopter to take her. But I think from what the coroner testified to yesterday, she was unconscious and could have already succumbed to her injuries of being of not being able to be resuscitated. That's what I gathered from that. If I'm wrong, let me know. Okay. So he had a lot to say. I thought it was very interesting. So let's talk about David Rodriguez, this last witness. At first, I was like, where are we going with this guy? Because it took a little bit of time to get there. I could kind of understand where the defense was going, that this was a little bit of a bigger boat. I think a foot difference. I think his was a 30-foot boat. I think the Robalo was a 29-foot boat. And he was talking about how he normally would like speed through the channels and stuff like that. And he would go this excessive amount. And he's never hit the channel marker and he's never had a problem. I think that's kind of where the defense was trying to go with that, stating, hey, look, he speeds through the channel and he's just fine. Well, you didn't hit a channel marker and people didn't die and get injured severely on your boat. So was he's operating his boat safely and George Pino's not operating the boat safely? I don't know. But it was interesting that he was the one that rescued George Pino, came upon him. His hand was on the boat. We'll see if I can get a picture of that. I did upload the picture that David Rodriguez took of George Pino. I put that on my X and Facebook page, same channel, Legalese123. And I'll go back when I have a moment to look and see if I could get that picture of the phone that they were holding up showing the jury in real time, by the way, which I find very interesting because I found it very interesting because typically, like, evidence that comes in is okay. So they did not follow the proper procedures there. I'm thinking about it now. So if you have a piece of evidence, say you got this pen, and you're like, this is evidence, you have to mark it as evidence. You and the prosecution and defense have to agree that this is going to come in, and that it's, you know, good to come in. And so long story short, I'm sure that they were all aware of this picture. I'm sure that the defense was aware of this picture, but it wasn't properly put into evidence. It was just, here's my phone and here's this picture. I don't know why nobody said anything, but and they showed it to the jury. So I don't know. It's just wild to me, but whatever. Okay. So David stated that they were looking for Lucy when everybody arrived. Everybody was missing a girl. He thought maybe the channel took her away. So he's kind of like idling around, going through the channel to see if she had been swept away. Apparently there was like 3 boats that were there. He was boat number 3. Hamlet Rodriguez was number 2. And then there was the 2 guys that testified from the prosecution about which boat. So there's 3 different boats, and people yelling, you know, go look underneath the boat, go look underneath the boat. And that eventually is where Lucy was found. So that is, that's all that we have right now. So they're taking a break. They're coming back in about an hour. We're on real time, so there's not much that I can do. There's no Zoom room. So we are exactly on the same time as they are. So I'm not going to stop the stream, but I am going to put up like a little bumper and I got to get something to eat. I need to go to the bathroom. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to leave the stream up and we'll come back at about an hour. Okay. And just FYI, you cannot put chat when we can't have any live chat. There was a directive from there's a directive from the judge, no live chatting during the trial. So I have to see if I can turn off chatting. I don't know how to do that, but I'll see if I can. All right. So there we have it. If you have any questions, we can chat now. You can send a question, but once the trial starts, no more questions. And I'll see if I can turn the chat off. All right. Thank you, Law Lovies. Make sure to like and subscribe. Got to ask for the YouTube things, the Facebook thingies, however you're watching or whatever. Please do those things. And you know, that'll be good. See, look. So this one says, we'll be right back. All right. So we're going to go off and we'll be back in about an hour. See you soon.